I don't know. Walter, where's my stack of colored copies? Thank you.
So I heard we got the wording fixed.
Have you present on my tent is a little cold. It's good to be surprised.
Okay, let's begin our grand finale to 2016, and this definitely is a grand finale. We have our extended hours for our final session, which will afford us the hopefully adequate time to cover each of the presentations and cover the review of all of the work that's been done. This has been a very impressive year, really an enormous level of accomplishment by this group. So up front, I want to thank you for all that you've accomplished, and we'll, of course, get the chance to see those accomplishments momentarily. You may have noticed that that there are some changes that have occurred in Washington over the last few weeks. So we'll have an opportunity, and some of us have some questions about that.
The slides, please.
Julie has graciously offered to give us a full and complete understanding of what's going on in Washington, and in a small portion of that also talk about what's happening at the FCC. So we'll have that momentarily. This is the drum roll part to prepare for that. But do want to first have the introductions around the table. I see some tent cards with no people sitting behind them, so maybe we'll have a few that are wandering a bit late. But let's do introductions, and we'll start in this case with the introductions of those who are on the bridge. So if we could open the bridge and allow those who are on the bridge to introduce themselves, that would be a good start for us.
This is Stephen Hayes representing Erickson.
Say again.
Marty
Stephen
Cooper.
Hayes representing Erickson.
Donna Inc.
So Marty Cooper, and who's after Marty?
This is Stephen Hayes representing Erickson.
Stephen?
Yes, thank you.
Dennis Morrow representing VMware.
You're representing VMware?
Yes.
There's someone else in the room who has a quizzical look on his face who thinks he's representing VMware.
Dennis has been on one of the work.
Okay, very good.
Well, the real VMware stand.
Anybody else on the bridge?
Okay, let's do introductions around the table, starting with Walter.
Walter Johnson from Office of Engineering and Technology.
Michael Hoff from Office of Engineering and Technology.
Nomi Bergman from Advanced Newhouse.
Jeff Mendenhall from Gates Air.
John Chapin, serving here as a subject matter expert, but I have just joined Roberson and Associates.
Karri Kuoppamäki, T-Mobile.
Dick Green, Liberty Global.
Romani Pandurangan from XO Communications.
Jack Nishelski from Qualcomm.
Mike Bergman from CTA.
Paul Steinberg at Motorola.
Brian Daly, AT&T.
Steve Lanning, Viasat.
Michael Flatley, Facebook.
Adam Drobot, OpenTechWorks.
Kevin Sparks, Nokia.
Russell Jurek, Cisco.
John Barnhill with Genband.
Lynn Claudy, National Association of Broadcasters.
David Tennant-Edson, for those of you old enough to remember the TV show, and I represent VMware.
David Young, Verizon.
Jeff Forster with Intel.
Henning Schultz-Swinney, FCC.
Tom McGarry, Neustar.
Len Merrill, representing NTCA.
Pierre DeFries, Silicon Flatiron Center, here as a special government employee.
Marvin Serbu, Carnegie Mellon University, but here as special government employee.
Dave Simpson, FCC, with the Public Safety Homeland Security Bureau.
Julie Knapp, FCC, Office of Engineering and Technology.
Teresa Hennessy, Comcast.
Very good. And
At least I guess Juniper Networks.
for those of you who are on the phone, we have those who are arriving at their assigned seat just in time, as it were. And this is Dennis Roberson, your friendly neighborhood chairman. We do have a full agenda, and it is going to be an exciting time to get through our agenda today. But to the point that I opened with, I think it really is important right now with this period of transition to get a little bit of a view from the top. And so, Julie,
from the top,
we are looking for your pearls of wisdom.
Thank you, Dennis. Just a handful of things. I'll be brief because we have a really long agenda. First of all, for the work today, and I've talked to Dennis about this as we progressed. I think one of the goals as we consider the recommendations from each of the groups that A, we have a dialogue to make sure that everybody is on board, and B, that we have them be as sharp and concise as possible. One of the things I've pushed for is to try to prioritize the recommendations. Some of these things that we've done that started in the TAC take up a lot of resources to do. The whole millimeter wave spectrum frontiers 5G proceeding, we probably have 35 people that are involved in that. In 3.5 gigahertz proceeding, there's probably another 15 that are involved. So we very much appreciate all the recommendations. My hope is that one of the things that comes out of this, hopefully not a surprise to Dennis, is that we can boil this down to maybe a couple of pages that we present to consider for the leadership going forward. And I would say, first of all, I'll extend a deep debt of gratitude from the chairman for all of the work that you've done. If we can get this down to the couple of pages that we talked about, highlighting what are the most important things coming out of this that you think the commission ought to do, not that we will neglect the rest, and pass them on to the current chairman as well as the new leadership, because many of these things are going to involve work that extends beyond the 20th of January. So with that said, I'd be happy to take any questions. I would say that the TAC has been around essentially for 20 years. I think it's pretty close to
25.
25? I didn't think it was that long.
1999.
1999. Yeah.
All right, so a little less, more or less. 20, so
17.
So we made finally a huge technological advance. We have a gap in the tables, so people don't have to crawl under to plug in their stuff. I mean,
well, most people don't.
That would have been a great recommendation. An actionable recommendation. Hey, do we not have to crawl under the tables anymore? So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have. I think really looking forward to working through the recommendations and getting them down to maybe a concise list. No cards.
No. Everyone's still asleep, especially those from the West Coast. And speaking of that, we do have two more additions to introduce themselves. So Milo, you want to?
I'm Milo Medine from Alphabet.
And Dale?
Dale Hatfield, University of Colorado.
Okay. So for those on the phone, you now have the complete set, at least as of this moment. Okay, Paul.
I'll ask the obvious question. So what do you foresee happening to the TAC going forward, or if anything?
So, for any transition in leadership, I'm sure that they will be reevaluating all of the different activities. I think the TAC has done tremendous work, and I see every reason it would continue, but that, in the end, will be worked through with the new leadership.
Gotcha.
Seeing no other questions, ask Walter if he would give us a short review of the 2015 action items and the current status of those.
Put up the slides, please.
Press conference.
Okay. All right. We used these slides a few meetings ago. I went through them, and I can't go through this in detail in 5 minutes. But as I went through them, I can assure everybody that in the categories that we've outlined here of each work group, we actually have started a number of initiatives based on the TAC recommendations. We haven't used this as a baking recipe in that we have to follow it precisely, but we've taken sort of an opportunistic. We've taken it as an opportunistic look in terms of trying to implement where we can, and some of that depends upon whether these are near-term recommendations, long-term recommendations, or whether they're fundamental to the processes of the Commission, or things that are more tactical that are easily implemented. For example, with the Mobile Device Theft Prevention Work Group, that's a very tactically focused near-term initiative, and we've been following that and integrating the work into our thought process somewhat religiously. I don't think we have any issues in terms of going forward on the recommendations. We are, and it's something that we are very committed to in terms of achieving. Also, with the Future of Unlicensed Work Group, which goes back, 2015 recommendations go back a little bit beyond that. For those of you who follow any of the proceedings, you've noticed that we have, in fact, worked very studiously at making additional unlicensed spectrum available, especially in the most recent Spectrum Frontiers order, which went out, which most people view both as groundbreaking and as a very accelerated process, and I'll give my colleague Michael Ha a big nod in terms of shepherding that through. We have worked with industry in terms of promoting sharing of bands. Those who are familiar with the LTE proceedings know that we're committed to try to make unlicensed as heterogeneous as possible. And we've taken elements of unlicensed into the 3G work. So again, this is something philosophically you've directed us to and that we're pursuing very studiously. Cybersecurity mechanisms, cybersecurity recommendations rather, we are starting to work with other agencies towards a common cybersecurity goal. This is a long-term process. This is the beginning of a process that we're starting. I don't foresee an end to this in the foreseeable future. I think this is an area we're going to delve into, working with other agencies, and both carving out what our responsibilities are, as well as better defining what the requirements are going to be in this new environment. If nothing else, the events of the past year have showed us the importance of this area. It is something that's getting a lot of attention within the Commission. And I think we're moving on it. To say that we have a total worked out plan would be a falsity, but it's something we're giving a very high priority to now and increasingly in the future. And as in the past, I would expect the TAC recommendations help us in our thought process. I think that you have to understand that not only do we look at what you say, we try to inculcate in our thinking what the recommendations are, and maybe that's the most fundamental change. In fact, I'll go to the next one, which cuts, I think, of all the work that's been done, Spectrum Receiver and Performance Work Group asked for a redefinition of fundamental policy in the Commission. That is very hard. And we're starting to take it in pieces. All the engineering staff, at least, I'm going to take that back, but a large number of the engineering staff in OET have undertaken a risk analysis training. We're interested in applying the principles. We're looking for opportunities. Those opportunities will often be in new spectrum allocations. In fact, we're hoping we can prove principles in terms of the new allocations, and in the long term, and I emphasize the long term, and try to apply them to legacy areas. But this is something we're committed to, something we're trying to understand how to apply and what the opportunities are. But I will not kid you. This goes to the fundament of how we allocate spectrum and how we utilize spectrum in this country. and this will not be a quick change. It will be a long-term effort. It's one we also believe has, in order for spectrum efficiency, we have to move to more probabilistic mechanisms for determining interference issues. We're just out of the luxury of being able to do black and white worst-case analysis, and we recognize that at this point. 2015 recommendations on a next generation internet work group rather. Expand the measurement program to gain better assessment. We are looking at that actively. It's not an easy thing to do. We have started talking with industry representatives, stakeholders about how to best to do that. We think this will occur incrementally. There are limitations in what we can do in our current program. We have something called Measuring Broadband America, and there's some direct actions we can take. But beyond that, we think that having industry change how they report data, because we recognize we're not going to scale our program to support the end goal of these recommendations. So we think there are fundamental changes in the internet infrastructure that are going to be required to provide better reporting to form policy on, and we hope to work proactively with industry on that. And I'll just make a passing note. Last year, Future Game Changing Technologies recommended that the importance of understanding SDN and NFV as technologies. We've taken that into our thinking. We're increasingly looking at SDN and NFV as being game-changing technologies that are going to change the dynamics of the network. I think when I've looked at what's happening in 5G, when I understand the implications of that, we're looking at some of the largest structural changes in wireless infrastructure, which also apply later on to wireline infrastructure that we have historically seen in decades. So I think we're understanding that. We might not understand the full impact. But again, this is something we're starting to take into our thinking, our thought process, and trying to build work programs on top of. And as you know, there has been a lot of discussion. The other recommendation was using Universal Service Fund to support deployment of broadband infrastructure. That's starting to evolve. We'll see where it goes with the new administration, but it's something that certainly the current administration has been committed to in terms of redirecting funding to support the deployment of key broadband assets. So, I mean, the summary here is that we have imperfectly implemented your recommendations. Okay? And when I say that, I mean we've had to take your recommendations and looked at the opportunities ahead of us. But every major recommendation you have made has had an impact on our work process. Some of those we've been able to implement very quickly. Others will, frankly, take a much longer time to implement. But it has impacted the engineering staff. It's impacted discussions we've had with industry, and we expect that process to continue. And I'd like to thank you, by the way, for the work that you've done. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Walter. This is very, very helpful, I think, for all of us to hear the FCC reaction to our work product 1 year after. So let's move on now. The agenda should be up in front of you, and as we note, we do have a rigorous agenda. We'll start out with Cybersecurity Working Group, and it's become our pleasant opportunity. We have Admiral David Simpson here to represent that aspect of the FCC most affected by our Cybersecurity Working Group, and he's been actively involved there, so appreciate that, David. And Paul, you are on.
That's great. Thank you. I have the slides, please, for the cyber group.
Just give me 1 second.
While those are coming up, I'm going to do this in the customary way. There's actually 3 subgroups that actually have worked and actually done quite a lot this year. And we're going to do a bit of a tag team and let each of the leaders of those subgroups kind of give their report out. I'll talk about that in a bit. Special things always go to the FCC. I think we've always had a bit of a struggle the last couple of years walking that line of cybersecurity and where does the FCC actually fit into that role. And I think pretty clearly you can see from the actual products of this year that I think we've definitely found a good niche to actually help with. Special thanks not only to Jeff and Ahmed, but also to Padma and Rashmi and Edna, who also plugged in from the FCC across the work group. So we had a lot of great support, and of course the leadership from Admiral Simpson as well. So just as a quick preamble, do I have control? I'll just throw it.
Well, we all learned.
Mike will catch it.
Protect the control plane, Paul. Protect the control plane.
That's a good point. Okay. Thank you, Dennis. So here are the three work groups that we worked on, and these were very closely followed the charter that the FCC provided, and very good structure for us to work from. If you recall, at the last working group, the 5G group that Tom and Amit led had produced and provided a paper that essentially were recommendations for considerations of 5G security with the intent of getting in front of the standardization process. And you all accepted that paper, and then what Tom and team then did with a lot of good help from the rest of the group, drove that through ADIS into a repeatable process that allows an industry body to add to and inject into the standards bodies on a regular way. So what you'll see is a recurring theme of the focus of produce some content that is technically stretching things, pushing forward, but also create a process that's repeatable and that scales beyond what the tech can do going forward, so the FCC has a lever to throw. And so the first two groups actually, I think, accomplished that end, and we'll hear from them. We will have two more papers that I mailed out last week to put in front of you for acceptance. One will be introduced by Ramani, who's going to take care of leading on behalf of Ken Countway, who couldn't be here today, around the SDN and specifically around software-defined WAN was the requisite example that we're using in the process we use there. And then Mike Bergman, sitting beside me, actually stepped up and led the software configurable radio group, and that group started mid-year, so they came to a very good survey of the landscape. They have a little more work to do, so if there is runway next year, I think there's definitely more that can be done there in terms of translating their study of the landscape and knowledge into some actionable recommendations. They have a specific recommendation around how to do that. They also have a paper that we would submit to the TAC today for approval and acceptance into the proceedings. I would just like to say, and thanks to the chairs, Tom and Amit continued to steer this 5G group to I think, a very successful conclusion, and it's a very, very good, predictable state. We had a big hiccup after the last meeting where one of our co-leads for the SDN group, Mike Geller, had to depart, so it left kind of Ken with holding the bag, and then Ramani was able to step up and help guide this in. And then also Dennis Moreau, who the other VMware person on the phone, stepped in and did yeoman's work and brought a lot of expertise to the party as well. And then, as I mentioned before, the cyber group kind of got a little bit of a late start. Here are the actionable recommendations that nobody can read on the screen, and it's purposefully that way. They're encrypted, actually, so they're very secure. But again, as I said, the first two are the actual two that made it in. They're relevant to the 5G group and the SDN group. That are the ones that we actually put forth in this form for consideration in the chairman's summary that Julie spoke of earlier. The third one is definitely a good placeholder, and Mike will talk a little bit more about that for additional work to be done as we lean further into it. And again, I'd just like to summarize that the focus we took, which I think has borne fruit with the guidance, is develop technical content that move the ball forward in a meaningful way, but also focus equally on a process that industry can own and advance in concert with the FCC to continue to add more content and to inculcate the content into industry for acceptance. And so with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Tom McGarry. I'll run it over to you, Tom, to take us through where you've kind of gone from the 5G working group that we saw the last time and how far that's advanced and where you've gotten to with it. Okay? So I'll give you the next slide, and then I'll be in the process of heading over.
Yeah, we purposely had the furthest place between us. I noticed Ramani, who's next, is furthest from me. So thank you. So here's the list of the members of the 5G Security Subcommittee. I thank everybody here who participated, and I thank if you didn't directly participate but committed some resources. I certainly thank you. There's a lot of great support this year. Here is we're seeing this now for the fourth time, the scope and deliverables of the committee. I won't go over this in detail because this is something we've all seen. So what I'm going to be talking about here, I'm going to give three different readouts. So there's the white paper, which we submitted on got approval in September, and are continuing to work with. So I want to give an update on the white paper status. Secondly, in June, the FCC asked about kind of an overview of SDOs working on 5G. So there is a couple of slides that are very high level, describe who is working on what. And then thirdly, we'll go through the recommendation. So here I'll talk about the white paper status. So the white paper, as I said, was issued on September 12th. It was approved at the September TAC. It contains 17 security recommendations. Following that, we compared the recommendations to 3GPP TR 33.899. This is the SA3 document that's going through cybersecurity requirements for 5G. The recommendation number 16 is pretty much the same as key issue 8.1. It's related to network slicing, but otherwise we found that there are similar but not identical requirements. As we continue to work these with Addis to come up with CRs, we may find that some actually really are identical because the wording is a little different the way we do it than the way 3GPP does it, so we may find that there are more that are identical, but they were very similar. They're concerned about very similar things that we were. The 5G TAC then collaborated with Addis PTSC to review and update the white paper, create an Addis document. The final version of that was approved by PTSC at last week's meeting in Philadelphia on November 30th. I will say that it's important to point out that's not the formal approval. It now has to go through a formal letter ballot. That should be pretty much a formality. But it was approved by the committee. Now it's got to go through the letter ballot process, and that'll take a couple of weeks. 5G TAC will continue to collaborate with Addis PTSC to create the 3GPP change requests. I alluded to that before. Take the recommendations from our document and from the Addis document, what was modified and created with the Addis document, and now actually work on creating CRs, which are the formal documents that go into 3GPP. And our goal here is to pursue broad industry support for submitting CRs at the February 2017 3GPP meeting. I'm going to get into now the overview of the 5G SDOs. 3GPP is really the primary SDO for 5G standards development. 3GPP, I think as many of us know, is a partnership of 7 standards bodies within the scope of the ITU to develop mobile communications network technologies. I point this out because they are not just your average SDO. They are sort of an Uber SDO that covers really the globe. SA3 within 3GPP is where the security work will be done, is being done. So they are determining security and privacy requirements based on the analysis of potential threats, and they're also recommending specific security architectures and protocols. SA3's TR 33.899 is the document that they will create that captures all of those requirements, and it is currently 400 pages long. It'll form the basis for the normative work that will continue after this stage. It's due to complete February 2017. So far it has 17 security areas and 57 key issues. SA3, of course, doesn't end in February 2017. They begin normative work after the TR is completed. And, of course, new requirements can still be introduced during the normative phase. One thing I neglected to mention that I wanted to mention is that we have at Addis PTSC have formally liaised into SA3 that we are working on security requirements and will have some coming in at the February meeting. So they are aware that we're working on something and they should expect something to be coming. The second SDO is ADIS. ADIS supports U.S. industry and TAC efforts. The ADIS PTSC really driven by our efforts here. 5G TAC is creating CRs related to cybersecurity. Talked about that already. It's possible as time goes on, probably likely, that other work may be necessary. The WTSC is, of course, working on 5G, but I think they typically look for PTSC to work on the security, but there may be more interaction between those two groups. It's possible that ADIS could create a new group that's a board-level group to focus on some of this stuff. We don't know, but ADIS is certainly, as we know now, very much involved in 5G cybersecurity, really driven by the efforts here. Next is IEEE, and they're really just beginning 5G standards work. And they're focused in, I say 3 areas, but actually 4 areas. LANs and WANs, next generation service overlay networks, and this is value-added converged web and telephony services. They're also working on packet-based front-haul transport. This is transport between remote radio units and centralized base station controllers. And then there's a group called Tactile Internet, which really seems to be somebody who's working on requirements that are very much related to IoT and 5G, things like low latency, high availability, short transit, et cetera. This probably bears further evaluation for cybersecurity requirements, being that they are just at the beginning of their work. ITU is really doing very little direct 5G standards development. As mentioned earlier, 3GPP is within their scope, so they really rely on 3GPP to do most of the standards development. ITUR, of course, is working on radio spectrum. ITUT, at the end of the 3GPP process, will issue the 3GPP standard as an ITU document after it's complete. And then we added a 5th one here that is actually not an SDO, but we added it because it was similar, very similar to the work that we're doing here in the 5G TAC. It's called 5G Ensure. This is part of the EU's 5G public-private partnership. They'll define a shared and agreed upon 5G security roadmap among various 5G stakeholders. They have 16 companies that are part of that right now. They, like us, are expected to create CRs for joint contribution to 3GPP, so it's very similar to the work that we're doing here. And we, by the way, have kept tabs on them. We've had them in our meeting a few times this year, so we recommend that we should probably continue to monitor their efforts given our similar goals. And then finally, and I'm really just going to repeat what Paul said in the beginning, the TAC recommends the FCC ensure proactive and broad industry support for 5G security by leveraging industry bodies and using the content and processes created and piloted by the TAC to drive security by design principles into the 5G standardization process. Said shortly, leverage the process that we started and created and let it continue. I won't go through the background. These things have been covered already. That's for people who are not familiar, not for this group. And then additionally, the 3GPP standardization will continue through 2017 and 2018. And the FCC should continue to ensure broad industry support for implementing security by design into this process, and again leverage the process that we created to do that. So that's all I have for the 5G security group. Any questions? Comments? Yes, Admiral.
Thanks, Tom. A couple of questions. First, on the standards bodies, I see the universe of network-oriented, particularly radio access network-oriented standards bodies. What is, if there is a nexus right now, for device
unique standards for 5G. Is that embedded within the scope of what 3GPP is leading, or is there a parallel device standards body that may not be working specifically on 5G, but in the evolution of devices should anticipate what 5G will bring?
So right now, there seems to be an issue going on at 3GPP about 3GPP access to the network. And some people on one side think 3GPP access is basically identical to 4G. It's what we have today. And other people think that they should be thinking more about different types of access. Now, in our document, we've defined 3 different types of access. We defined 3GPP direct, API access, like the way Wi-Fi works, and we defined gateway access. So the IEEE seems to be looking at, let's call it the other side of the gateway, for those the LAN and WAN protocols that they work on. I think the answer to your question is I think they're still looking for 3GPP to really make that decision, but there may be work for somebody else to fill a void if that goes one way or another.
Yeah, Tom, thanks very much. I think that's very helpful. I think a similar void, 2 similar voids, would be a better linkage with cybersecurity standards bodies that are now working on things like machine-to-machine sharing of threat indicators and analysis of those anomalies,
right,
and how to rapidly turn that into actions within a network. I also think there's room for linkage with service management, service operations in the cyber area, in that you're going to potentially bring in the machine-to-machine part of IoT a whole new realm of players potentially that in the mostly persona-based use of 4G and earlier generations won't necessarily be part of that existing ecosystem of service operations, service management within the traditional mobile providers, and there may be room to ensure that there are 5G operation standards that develop in parallel.
Yeah, and to be, and maybe this wasn't clear, we did focus on entities that were actually SDOs. We purposely left out groups like IIC and OCF that are actually not SDOs. If we want to expand, given the work that we had on our plate, to expand the role and look at all industry bodies working on that, we thought was too much to take on.
Yeah, no, it is helpful. It just, I think, building upon what you've done, ensuring that there are identified linkages would be useful work, not necessarily for the TAC, but for the ecosystem. The second question I have, well, it's not really a question. I applaud this group. I think your recommendations are spot on. They're very helpful at this stage. They begin the baking into the standards process. It strikes me that they're at this stage not only should ADIS and 3GPP work to integrate them into the SDO work, that it would be useful for the FCC in parallel to begin a non-technical translation of what the implications of those are to the larger group of stakeholders, and then ensure that at the FCC we're working to identify any rules or other legal barriers to some of the things that you've identified. For example, the ability to de-authenticate devices that are actively engaged in debilitating denial of service. That's great. We probably need that, but we also need to clarify under 222 the rules for jamming.
Sure.
What is the scope of a provider's ability to do that?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's you've given us some homework there, and the third piece and last piece here is the importance of continuing to iterate. the Mirai botnet attacks that Dine experienced a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Deutsche Telekom had a service impacting issue from the same Mirai botnet. Really, I think, underscores the importance of continuing to iterate, and as new threats manifest themselves, bring that back into the templated process that you've identified here. And I think that's superb that from the TAC to ADIS into 3GPP would allow a repeatable framework for ensuring that concerns and initiatives have a way to get from our market into that international work that 3GPP is doing. So I commend the group for really a job well done.
Could you maybe get the puck to Romani, and I'll fill in the gap here. I think the other thing we'd be remiss to not mention was Martin Dolly from AT&T was hugely helpful in sort of navigating the ADIS vagaries. Maybe I'm being polite here, but there's a lot to do there. But you're exactly right. We tried to go, Admiral, to not only content, but to something that could be iterative and repeated, beyond the scale of what we have here. So thanks for recognizing that. So, Romani, I guess pass it to you. I want to keep us on time, so maybe keep us within 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
I don't want to be the first group to get chastised by Dennis for being overtime. And
I will put one thought in, and this was from the sound booth. Those who are online, if you would just make sure that you are muted, that would be very helpful. Yeah. Romani, on.
Okay, I'll try to stay within 10 minutes. So this is, as Paul mentioned, Mike Geller, were colleagues. Mike was not available, so I'm stepping in to make the presentation. I just wanted to note that Dennis and David are here, part of the team. VMware contributes significantly to the development of the BCPs. And also Ahmed and Padma, great guidance and everything. We appreciate that. Thanks for that. These were the questions, specifically the two parts to it. The first part is actually the BCP development, and the second part was more like a lifecycle management of the process part. So these are the questions the sub-work group addressed. So the last time, this year's work kind of derived from the last year's plan. Last year's was a little bit more broader landscape and everything, and then identify some use cases. And then we found along the way, even the last time we said SDN and NFV, makes sense to combine them together to address these security issues. As always, the plan was that independent resources research them, talk to industry practitioners, etc., the same thing. And these were the deliverables we had, and that was all presented last meetings. We looked at, the team looked at a large number of use cases. There are two aspects of the use cases. One was which present security challenges, and those which will benefit from SD and NFV for enhancing security. So given the limited time and resources, the sub-work group landed on two use cases. One is the SD-WAN, software-defined WAN, and DDoS mitigation. These represent kind of the two, not a polar cases, but the two aspects of these SDN. There's one saying security for SDN, and the other side is SDN for security. So these are the two use cases we focused on, landed on. Given the limited time and everything we had, we decided to focus on one of them. That happened to be the SD-WAN. The reason, the rationale was that this SD-WAN, which uses SDN properties, attributes, has gained significant traction in the industry. Enterprise, service providers, operators are offering this. More than almost like a dozen vendors in the industry. This has the potential to solve some of the significant challenges the enterprise face today, bringing, as the demand grows exponentially, Cost optimization may not be always MPLS. Some traffic can go on to basic internet. So the SD-WAN seems to really promise a solution to significant problem faced by the enterprise. So the static method of configuration, lead time, all of them are really significant problems enterprise have. So SD-WAN offers kind of a secure overlay, agnostic to underlying in a bundle of different types of connectivity mechanisms, and it also provides kind of application-aware routing and everything. And more than anything else, it promises zero-touch provisioning, which has always been a problem, bringing in a large number of branch offices. So that's the rationale for settling on SD-WAN. So we talked to several vendors, industry practitioners. One note we added in the slide was that while we are trying to do the BCPs, let's make sure that it is not structured so tightly and rigidly that that may negate optimal use of the capabilities of the SDN NFV. So the next slide. So 17 threats were identified by the team, and they were prioritized by the group, and BCPs were developed for the top 5. And there's a slide of the summary of the extract from the white paper of the highlights of the threats and BCPs. And so the next part was, okay, now that we have a prototype of, let's say, initial set of BCPs, how do we curate this? How do we make sure that the life cycle is managed for industry adoption, promotion, and everything? So the team looked at a bunch of organizations and ATIS, TIA, etc. But the team felt that CISRIC will be probably very suitable because CISRIC has developed BCPs for other domains. Pretty good industry representation. They work closely with FCC. So that's the reason the team felt that CISRIC could be a good team to carry this forward for the industry promotion and everything. So once the prototype kind of proves out, then in the future as TAC develops other BCPs, because we picked very, very narrow one use case, one aspect of that, even there, out of 17, the team dealt with 5. So there's a lot of work to be done. For example, in the same use case, more threats to be addressed, more use cases. So if the work continues in the following years, this prototype could be followed by sub-working group developing PCPs and everything, like a pipeline type of thing approach to go to the CISRIC for lifecycle management. So the team did develop a white paper that's attached at the end of the slide deck, I think. And this is the actual recommendation. Paul pointed out one of the first 2 recommendations. That's the top part. And, of course, the background and everything. And the additional recommendation is, again, same as we talked about, the kind of I use a pipeline approach based on this pilot system. And the last slide is, this is the extract of all the BCPs in the white paper. It's kind of a little bit hard to read, but essentially the top 5 threats which we handled. And there is a first column, and for each of the threats, the other columns are identifying these are the kind of sections, titles from the white paper. So that's a little bit of an extract. These are the 5. So this is well articulated in the white paper, and thanks to Dennis from VMware, significant work was done by Dennis in building these PCBs. So that's the kind of a summary of some working group work.
So questions?
Romani, let me also commend this group. I think you've really established an appropriate paradigm for security development life cycle here that is something that should be further refined and retained. And the work of the TAC to look early on in the design of new network capabilities to start developing the best common practices, and then when the networks themselves become closer to reality and are in operation, then having that BCP work passed to the CISRIC, which would more appropriately focus on deployment and sustainment of the best common practices, is a great use of the two FACAs to make sure that they're building upon each other's work. So I'll certainly take that to the CISRIC next week and make sure that they're considering their role in that. The second piece I'd like to really highlight is you've really described not just best practices to secure software-defined wide area networks. You've defined the opportunity for software-defined wide area networks to solve a growing problem in networks in general, and that's how do we buy back the advantage to the network operator in the security challenge with adversaries. So I think it's a great way of looking at the challenge as an opportunity, and would encourage that work to just continue to mature.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess first motion or request of the day, we'd like to submit the paper that Romani described for formal acceptance into the TAC so that it can continue down the path that the Admiral spoke of.
Very good. And this has been circulated. You sent this out, was a week or two ago?
Yeah, I sent out last week.
Yeah. So, are there any concerns about the motion from the working group? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. I think it is unanimous. So we will post this with the full endorsement of the TAC.
Great.
Excellent. Excellent work.
Turn the last piece to Mike, who stepped in for the software configurable radio.
Trying to get my consumer electronics device working here. I guess I'll live without it.
You got a question from Henning right there.
Oh. All right. Thank you.
Henning, did you have a question?
Yeah, if I may.
Sorry, missed it. Go ahead.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. I'm just curious, what would you, if I were to strip out the software-defined part and just substitute network management, I think the table would look very similar. So I was curious if you have been able to identify a specific attribute or challenge for software-defined networks that would recommend for best practices that differ from what we would do in standard network management operational practices that we have today.
I couldn't hear the question very well.
Oh, you couldn't hear it?
Yeah.
The question that Henning had to do with a lot of the best practices are best practices that one would apply to networks in general. Are there best practices that you can identify that would be an example of something that would be a unique advantage for software-defined network? Is that?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, the unique advantage of the SDN-NFV for general kind of network management, other special attributes, as I say, is that the programmability of the network itself, which lends itself for policy-based implementation rather than individual specific to one particular use case or something. So that's one area. And also with the orchestration systems and everything getting into through the APIs and everything into the controllers and everything, this provides another advantage of heavy automations and everything for not only provisioning but also for with all the analytics which we can collect. And with the advent of this big data analytics and machine learning, as we see going forward, this is going to be pretty powerful tools we may have because of the way of the SDN architecture by disaggregation, etc. That's one area.
That wasn't, sorry, didn't quite answer what I was looking for. I was looking for the unique challenges that would, let's say you do all the right things that you do for network management, that you do when you authenticate your SNMP traffic, your Yang traffic, whatever it happens to be. But now somebody drops an SD-WAN into your operational lab. And what would you see as the unique challenges from a security and best current practice perspective that you were able to identify as part of your group that just differ because of some of the things you just identified from the work that we all know, even if it's not universally implemented, for more traditional non-software defined networks. I mean, given that all networks are now software defined in a sense, we all run software, lots of it, and lots of quality differing software as well.
I'll ask Dennis. You may be able to supplement, try to answer this question. Dennis?
Certainly. The two that are most prominent are first the visibility. As we use software-definedness to create both the flexible abstractions that we want out of this, in particular being able to get more granular isolation, being able to get policy placed in more granular domains on east-west traffic, for instance. Those advantages also have levels of indirection associated with it. So challenge-wise, what that means is that when I look at the logs, when I look at the alerts, when I look at the events coming from the infrastructure, I've got to deal with those abstractions. I've got to connect the dots again, which doesn't happen when I don't have aggressive software-definedness being used in the network. The good news is that once I have the provisions for connecting the dots again from the logical layer down to the underlying layers, I get context at a much more granular level. So I get a much improved signal-to-noise ratio in the analytics. I get more granular compartmentalization as a consequence. So I get better intrinsic resilience, the better ability to confine and containerize the environment. You see that show up in our recommendations and the emphasis on isolation and the emphasis on being able to connect the dots with policy, with being able to understand what did we intend, so that when we look at the signals, the alerts, the potential anomalies coming from the environment, we have a better understanding of what those mean, how are they actionable, if that makes sense. So the challenge is the levels of indirection and the dynamics aren't things we have to deal with when we don't use aggressively software-definedness to do the SDN kinds of functionality. The good news is that when we address that problem, when we connect the dots, we get a much better level of signal-to-noise ratio and actionability, potentially resilience as a consequence, as we begin to get to a level where we can use the dynamics as part of a protection mechanism, sort of the moving target defense sort of strategies. Does that make sense, and is that responsive to your question?
Yes, thank you. I think given the time, we should probably move on.
Yeah, and Dennis, to me, having read the white paper, you really advanced the notion that a static perimeter is a much more vulnerable perimeter than one that is actively managed, that you're dynamically changing what that perimeter looks like and being able to be granular. And so the downside of that is if you're not active in your management of that software-defined network, then you will have not significantly changed the security advantage. So it would suggest that you just can't deploy it out of the box and stand back and watch it run for a couple years. That there's an active management that would be part and parcel with gaining the security advantage.
I would completely agree. I think it does take the active management, the leveraging of the dynamics, but at the same time, I believe that will be increasingly automatable as well.
Can't do it in 5. Okay, so switching now to the software configurable radio working group. This was a working group put together in mid-year. We had good participation, however, from manufacturers in data communications, telecommunications, consumer gear, a variety of different. Somewhere here. Where do I miss? A variety of different gear, equipment and infrastructure providers, open source, as well as some technical people. I also want to acknowledge the tremendous help that we had from the FCC liaisons for their not just helpful but amazingly circumspect comments about how to proceed and what we could be doing, because they had to be very careful.
Just tell me what slides you want to be on.
Thank you. Next slide, please. There we go. Okay.
Keep going.
So our goal has been discussed before in the June and September meetings, but very shortly I want to key in on 3 words: balance and security and innovation. So these software configurable radios have been a challenge because they can be reprogrammed in the field to be off their certified parameters, their certified RF parameters. But simply locking them down is not a popular choice with certain members of the community. So striking a balance that allows us innovation was our goal. We received questions, the second main bullet item on this slide, we received questions from the FCC staff to help guide us in what the intent of the goal was. I'm not going to run through those questions in the interest of time. I'll let you read those separately, but they are dealt with in the white paper. The key findings, first, by surveying the industry folk working with us, multiple security methods do exist, but we enumerated them: digital code signing, software partitioning, update blocking outright, and several other things, as well as methods that are not software security per se, but maybe hardware security, which we felt was more or less out of scope. If someone is going to open up the box and modify the device, we didn't want to get that far into the weeds. There were also some suggestions of outreach programs and different ways to approach the community that would reduce the scope of the problem. Those are also documented in the white paper. And those outreach programs would be to both the manufacturers but also the various stakeholder groups. There are multiple, second key finding was multiple stakeholder groups are interested in modifying code for both the RF sensitive and the non-RF sensitive functions. An example of something that's not really RF sensitive might be the implementation of the TLS protocol on the device. Something that's RF sensitive might be the setting of its transmit power. So our methodology was to identify the sensitive parameters and identify ways that they could be protected. And then overall, look at what compromises we could make that would be satisfactory or that would involve a reasonable solution for all parties. That's where we sort of ran out of runway on this, that last part. Because the third key finding is sort of tangentially related to this. If you do go into the device and you do protect the RF sensitive parameters from modification with strong security mechanisms, those third parties, which include not just humanitarian and rescue groups and amateur radio operators, but they include as third-party stakeholders firmware developers, security researchers, academic researchers. Some of those people are actually trying to improve the security posture of gear that's out in the field by providing updates. Zero-day vulnerabilities that are discovered after the device is shipped, patches become available from the open source community. So this is a unique facet of this particular working group, is that we have to balance between the improved security for the RF-sensitive parameters with the impact that might have on the security posture overall. So those are the more general key findings. A very specific, very tightly tight specific recommendation is the one on guidance. By looking at certain examples, we chose the Unidevice security guidance, partly based on feedback from staff, as how these devices are coming in, getting certified, and then going out in the field, and what's the result. And the input from staff was that this particular process wasn't as helpful as it could be. The data coming back from the manufacturers during the certification process was not as useful as they had hoped. And so what we are recommending, I'll move to the recommendations page. What we are recommending is that that guidance be revised and similar guidance be modeled after that to be more specific about the mechanisms that industry is actually using, giving staff a little bit more heads up in the certification process. The background is here to review. Again, in the interest of time, and because this is a very small and tightly controlled, tightly scoped recommendation, I believe it does not affect a large part of the staff or great resources. I'm just going to move to the next recommendation. As I mentioned, we ran out of runway on this process because as it became clear that there were technologies that could solve this problem, the balance was the issue. Thank you. The balance that would be acceptable to the various stakeholders outside the manufacturers, outside the FCC. Because there is a large number of vocal people that are really interested in doing a variety of types of things like academic research on Wi-Fi signals, perhaps under experimental authorization, doing things like security research. We have to expand our scope. We have to expand our investigation and bring in more people. So our proposal in this recommendation is that the FCC encourage the formation of a multi-stakeholder forum to bring in many more voices and get more input on this. We need something that the manufacturers can implement. It's going to have more facets than a single process. It's going to have more options. But we need something that the manufacturers are willing to and able to implement that can be modified as needed for academic researchers who need an exemption for their particular research, for security researchers, for trusted developers in the open source community, and for portions of the system that are perhaps open to free play. That's our recommendation, and I'll take questions now, and I think I used about most of my 9 minutes, but...
Yeah, Mike, again, really good work by this group, and I appreciate that the task ran out of runway on this one. I do think that the follow-up work that you described would be very useful. It strikes me that that balance is a classic supply chain risk management challenge, really supply chain risk management in this case for code development and then implementation of that code in the test and evaluation phase, and that it might be useful for the multi-stakeholder group that you described to begin with the NIST work that's been done on supply chain risk management and see whether or not a more recognizable framework built around SCRM might arrive at the balance that you're looking for between the security objectives and the innovation objectives so that we can get security, privacy, and innovation effectively balanced amongst the competing stakeholders that when they work together would realize they're not really competing. They've got similar objectives that with a transparent framework their energies can reinforce each other.
Thank you. I think that's a good suggestion. We should definitely look into that. We have a couple of ways to look at this. One of them is the kind of rigor that you're describing. There is also going to be a sort of a one-on-one people situation, because it was commented to me that there is not existing any restriction right now that you could propose that would be acceptable to the general open source community. So we're going to have to bridge a gap there. So we have, as I mentioned, we have 3 requests in front of the TAC. I'll leave it to Paul, but there's the white paper and then there's 2 recommendations. So Paul, thank you.
Yeah, just last point of order, Mr. Chairman, another paper for submission. Probably less directed, more informative, I think, at this point. But it's the foundation for, as Mike said, for future work.
But the document's nonetheless, it was sent out in parallel with the other one, and it is nonetheless well written and useful. So, is there any discussion about the proposal to accept this paper as a TAC level paper with everyone's imprimatur on it? All right, then let's have a vote. All in favor of accepting this as a TAC level paper, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Once again, unanimous acceptance and terrific work. And with that,
thank you very much.
Any other? Kevin, questions?
Yeah, Mike, just a quick question. The focus was on sort of securing software-defined radio, and the balance part is very clear. The flexibility is important, as it is in all the software-defined regimes that we're looking at. I'm wondering, is a component of what you guys looked at or could look at going forward things that would help the enforcement side, given that clearly there's opportunities for things to be either erroneously or maliciously, off band. Things like permanent identifiers in the broadcast signals and things like that would be very difficult to tamper with, and things like that. It would kind of look at the easing the enforcement side in addition to the sort of securing of the radio itself.
I have to admit, we did not look at providing a over-the-air identifiable signal. But the general category of trying to make it more possible to deal with situations, first in the certification process, that's the subject of the first recommendation. And then secondly, we did have some discussions about specific technologies and their impact on enforcement. So I think a little bit of it comes from, can you, in a software-defined product, lock it down to the point where such an enforcement mechanism cannot be modified? So you have to start with that. And if we can build that foundation, then those pieces can also be added.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Pierre?
Before I get to my point, just to respond also to your point, Kevin, the Spectrum and Receivers Working Group's paper last TAC or the TAC before on the next generation enforcement architecture addressed a whole bunch of things, including identifiers. Identifiers are tricky because it's difficult to get consensus from some operators who don't want to have identifiers. How are they decoded, by whom, and so on. The point I wanted to make, Mr. Chairman, was as somebody who was involved with one of the groups, and great thanks to Mike for a wonderful job chairing our work group. I just want to thank the TAC for approving these 2 documents on such short notice. But I think we should have done better. And so this is a best practice suggestion for the TAC, that as an organization we aim to get documents out maybe 2 weeks before a TAC meeting so that people have good time to review them.
Not to that.
Had a whole weekend in between.
You know, some issues start out and you think they're going to be so simple. All you have to do is separate the software that controls the RF from everything else. And before you know it, you've got a firestorm on your hands because you've upset the apple cart on things that you really didn't intend to. So I think the recommendations of the group were spot on because our intention all along was not to stand in the way of the many benefits that you can achieve from software radios, both on the security front and efficiency and so forth. At the same time, I just underscore the importance for so many of the things we're trying to do relative to sharing the spectrum, where the incumbent then asks, well, how can I be sure this is going to work and I will be protected? Because I look at some other issues and it seems that I don't have confidence that people won't modify things in a way that put my service at risk. And so it really is critically important, and I think the idea of a multi-stakeholder process, because we've talked to folks individually, I'm sure that came across in the discussions with some of the people at our lab, and it is a tough problem to crack, and I think we've got to get everybody together and try to figure out where do we get that right balance.
And Julie, just the last comment I'd make is the philosophical divergence of how open source software is treated and thrives versus what we would want to do here. It's just diametrically opposite. So that by itself points to the challenge.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Very good. Greg or Jeff.
So when you talk about software-controlled radios, you talk about SDR architectures, does that also include another type of software-controlled radio would be a legacy device that could be reprogrammed either through a dip switch change internal to the radio, a removal of a diode component, or some type of an unpublished key code, a lot of legacy devices?
You said kind of up front that we kind of ignore the physical, opening these kind of issues. That's a whole different animal.
Yeah, because I still consider that to be a problem that we have as well. So. And certainly, there are a lot of synthesized radios out there, technically aren't software-defined radios, that can be changed if you know the Easter egg code to put into the keypad and without opening the radio. So I think that should be considered.
Very quickly.
We do discuss configuration controls. If it is a keypad entry, then that is discussed. In the white paper.
And Paul's already doing the sensitivity, but I'll go ahead and state the obvious. We are now 15 minutes over, but this is a really, really important topic.
To be clear, I got the ball 5 minutes late.
I knew that was coming as well.
And you did take time out to repair the remote control.
So you're cutting the break?
Yeah, there's no problem. I don't eat lunch anyway, so we just cut through the... No, Brian, you're on.
Well, thank you for that introduction, Dennis. Time constraints noted that lunch is waiting after my presentation. I'd like to give the report.
No, but seriously, do take the time. That you've done a great deal with this group, as the cybersecurity group has. So please.
Sure. No, we do appreciate that. I'd like to present the report of the Mobile Device Theft Prevention Working Group. As noted on this slide, our charter was to continue to extend the work on device theft prevention that we've been doing for the past 2 years. In 2016, we did have some goals of developing recommendations looking at next generation anti-theft features, assess how the recommendations that we put in place over the past 2 years have had impacts on device theft. And also look at some further consumer outreach and getting more involvement in law enforcement. Before I jump into the details, again, I'd like to thank those that have participated in the working group discussions, and especially our FCC liaisons who gave us the support we needed to continue this work this year. And just a big gratitude for all those, and especially our document editor who supported the development of our document. Looking at our priorities for this year, we had 4 that we identified early in the year and set up as our priorities. two of which we made substantive progress on, and two of which I would note as continued work in progress, and certainly we need further work to be undertaken in order to bring those to a conclusion. The two that we've made progress on are looking at a common framework for collection of centralized data. And for this, we reached out to CTIA, who has the structure in place in order to do those surveys. And through that, we did have a Nielsen survey of consumers in the field on the effectiveness of theft prevention, and also an operator survey underway to aggregate the information and understand how all of the measures that we put in place have been effective in preventing theft solutions. We've also looked at the mechanisms that have been developed in ANIS and GSMA to enable the IMEI to be retrieved. There have been best practices documents that have been developed and are in place, and we need to now implement those best practices and then perform an educational outreach once devices are available that align with those best practices. The areas that are continued work in progress include studies to determine whether implementations after the July 15th voluntary industry commitments have met the desired effect on mobile device theft. And we need additional data from CTIA, but more importantly from law enforcement, to understand how those measures have had an effect on mobile device theft. And then finally, looking at a study to expand blacklisting to all U.S. carriers, working closely with the GSM Association and its North American Regional Interest Group, as well as the CTIA. We are attempting to work with the carriers through the CTO advisory group within the North American Regional Interest Group to persuade more carriers to get engaged with blacklisting devices. And also CTIA has also been working, but this is continued work in progress. We're still not there yet where we need to be. We did an extensive review of the 2014 and 2015 recommendations that we had developed as part of our mobile device theft prevention working group. We developed cross-reference of industry activity to those recommendations with the goal to make sure that we have had action underway for all of the recommendations. We did note that there are gaps that need to be addressed. While we do have some activity for the majority of the recommendations, the gaps we've noted are in the area of reverse logistics, ensuring that the solution providers have enacted a mechanism for reverse logistic providers. Continuing these ongoing studies of potential new measures and risks to public safety that requires future assessment and consideration by industry. Ongoing studies to monitor the dynamic and changing threat environments, as well as investigations into the whether the increased availability of these anti-theft solutions are having the desired effect on increasing consumer use of these features. Finally, ADIS has been working with key stakeholders in identifying key technological areas where the FCC should seek further input from industry, including IMEI and how the IMEI security evolution will occur, requirements and use of databases, as well as future theft prevention opportunities. This chart, which is very difficult to read, I know, on the screen, is contained in the report, which we'll be asking for approval shortly. But this ties the recommendations in with the associated industry activities, as noted on the previous slide, and highlights those areas where there may be gaps existing. And again, I won't go through this line by line in the interest of lunch. There's a number of industry mobile device theft prevention related activities that have been underway since this initiative has started within the TAC. ADIS has developed the best practices for obtaining mobile device identifiers to support theft prevention activities. These best practices have been adopted by the Standards Committee and are now waiting for implementation by device vendors so that we can continue further education with law enforcement agencies on using the techniques that are defined in these best practices documents. The CTIA has been working diligently on bringing up the mobile device information portal. This slide mentions that it's envisioned by the end of this year, but I've got another slide that we're going to be looking more toward the first part of next year when that actual implementation will occur. And Phase 2 requirements, which will be enhanced features, are envisioned for implementation later in 2017. The CTIA also has a stolen phones working group that came out with the anti-theft voluntary commitment initially and has been managing the implementation of the mobile device information portal and is a point of coordination with the CTIA industry and the GSM Association and the North American Regional Interest Group regarding the best practices and outreach. I'll talk more about the CTIA survey that they've concluded and have a little bit more details on the actual results of those surveys. The GSMA also has been involved in a number of activities, including implementing the IMEI retrieval on disabled or locked devices, which again is a critical feature that law enforcement needs in order to determine if a device that is recovered is stolen or not. The Device Security Group under the GSM Association recognizes the need to resolve this problem and has been working with ADIS on the solutions that have been developed. The GSMA is also looking at information reporting, and they've provided quarterly reports that we've reviewed that identify the mobile carriers and countries that are commercially connected, that are currently connected, to the GSMA's IMEI database and to the degree that IMEI sharing is occurring through various regions of the world. The GSMA has been pushing hard to get additional carrier recruitment, especially outside the U.S., because their leverage is more of a global basis, whereas the North American Regional Interest Group and CTIA is more focused on the U.S. And then finally, they continue to provide the IMEI lookup service through the GSMA's IMEI database. The GSMA also came out with a device blocking and data sharing recommended best practice. This was developed by the U.S. North American Regional Interest Group to come up with more of a consistent means for doing device blocking and data sharing across operators here in the U.S. These recommendations, were developed as a result of inconsistencies between operators that were identified in the way they implemented their policy or technical or processes to blacklist IMEIs that were reported lost or stolen. So this device blocking and data sharing best practices document out of the GSM Association really tries to tighten up those policies and offer best practices on the way the IMEIs are placed on blacklists and information is shared. And then finally, the GSMA is also looking at a number of IMEI integrity issues. They have put into place a number of initiatives designed to strengthen the security and integrity of the IMEI implementations and devices. They've come up with best practices for this. They're working with device manufacturers to ensure IMEI security remains an important enabler to combat mobile device theft. And the Device Security Group undertook a review of the security technical design principles, which are the underlying principles that define IMEI security, and they are made sure that they were current and up to date with the latest within the state of the technology. And they also are looking at the IMEI security weakness reporting and correction mechanisms that they have in place, and trying to reinstitute some reporting on IMEI security issues when they are identified. And then finally, the anti-theft device feature requirements is a set of requirements that can be used by device manufacturers, mobile network operators, and third-party service providers to offer features to device owners in locating lost or stolen devices. This device feature requirements was generated as a result of the voluntary commitment that was put in place here in the U.S., and the GSM Association developed a global feature requirements document based upon the work that was done here within the U.S. I mentioned earlier about the GSM Association's stolen device sharing reports. These reports talk about how operators are participating in the exchange of IMEI data, and how different regions of the world are making use of the GSM Association's IMEI database and sharing of data with other operators worldwide. As you see, the key takeaway here is that there are many countries currently not participating in lost or stolen blacklisting or lost or stolen data trafficking, data sharing, and especially in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East regions of the world. And as a result of this, you'll see one of the recommendations we have coming forward is to see if we can leverage the U.S. leadership in this area to get other regions of the world to participate in this activity. The Mobile Device Information Portal is one of the key recommendations that came out of this group, and as a result, the CTIA took the lead and developed an RFP earlier this year, and that was based on the portal requirements that were developed as part of the TAC activity. There were several industry responses that were received by CTIA in March of this year. Detailed evaluation of those responses was made and a vendor selection completed. The contract for the portal implementation was executed in October, with the vendor being the GSM Association. And the portal development and implementation is currently underway. And the initial implementation will allow consumers, law enforcement, and commercial entities to check the IMEI against the GSM Association's IMEI database to check and see whether or not that device has been reported lost or stolen. The planned launch of the portal will be in early 2017, and there'll be a public announcement planned coincident with the portal launch. The CTIA also had performed a survey on consumer awareness and adoption of security measures. This survey found that 69% of the wireless consumers currently use PINs or passwords on their smartphones, which was up 13% from a similar survey taken in 2015 and up 38% since the first survey in 2012. It was also noted that 51% have built-in remote lock and erase software installed on their smartphones. Again, a significant increase from what we saw in 2015 and up 31% from 2012. When asked about general security practices for their smartphones, the respondents said that 73% ran software updates every or almost every time on their personal smartphones. And 51% of the users have an antivirus program installed in their smartphones, which is up 26% from 2015 and 65% from 2012. 86% of the respondents also said they are familiar with cybersecurity, defining it with protection, safety, and prevention of unauthorized access to their devices. Some other statistics out of these reports, 11% who reported losing a smartphone, less than half reported it was stolen, with the rest reported was misplaced. So 51% of the smartphone owners said they have a built-in capability for the remote lock and erase, though only 1/3 of them have enabled that capability. The 1/3 are not aware such a capability exists on their phone, and half of the users with that capability enabled it within the past year. So what we're finding is that nearly half of those not enabling the capability worry that they might accidentally lock or erase their data as one of the top reasons for not enabling it. The other thing we got out of the report is 1/3 of the users cite that there are too many passwords to keep track of, and the lack of need or lack of time is another reason why they haven't enabled the capabilities. More information and an easier walkthrough and setup of the capability would help smartphone owners who have not enabled it take up and install the capability on their devices. And most users who have lost phones reported recovering misplaced phones with stolen phones being replaced. So one of the additional areas we need to look at is to do a survey of carriers across the U.S. To try to look at the number of potentially duplicate IMEIs that may be present on the networks. This is one of the things we were trying to get the CTIA to provide data on, but we have not concluded this survey at present time. One of the questions that repeatedly comes up with mobile devices is when they're stolen, where do they ultimately end up? And there are many challenges that we've found that trying to get a handle on that particular question. The first off is the cellular operator relationships with service subscription are with service subscriptions and not device identifiers. So if you have, for example, a bring your own device model, the service provider itself, the cellular operator, may not even have accurate information on what the device identifier is. And you can have multiple subscriptions per mobile device as well. The other factor is that stolen devices may never show up on a cellular network again because they can be used as Wi-Fi only devices. Over-the-top applications on Wi-Fi can provide text, voice, and data services, so that device may never end up back on a cellular operator's network. The operator itself has limited visibility to mobile devices, can only be aware of devices that are connected to the network, not aware of additional subscriptions on the mobile device, or if the mobile device was moved to a new subscription, or no mechanism to determine where a specific mobile device is being used. Other ecosystem players, including the OS vendors, mobile phone manufacturers, and operators of app stores, may be able to identify and flag changes of ownership and location of mobile devices. This is certainly one area that additional study is needed, and continue trying to get data on where devices go is going to be both a challenge and also one of the top priorities, I think, for ongoing. We're also finding that the measures that are put in place while they're working, the criminals are also getting smart and trying to figure out ways to circumvent the solutions that are being put in place. I reported back in September that in Chicago there was a report that the criminals are demanding the victims reset their phones when they are being taken from the rightful owners. We're also seeing cases. The first one on this slide is out of San Antonio, where the mechanisms that are being put in place are actually working, and phones are being shut down after they're stolen. However, other cases we're showing that they're trying to circumvent the solutions being put in place. They understand those solutions are in place, so the phones are being turned off as it's taken from a store, and that will effectively shut off the capability for those on-device solutions to be effective. Another emerging threat is cell phone number and privacy. While not directly related to mobile device theft, it was pointed out in a recent New York Times article that the cell phone number itself could be a code to your private life. Much like Social Security numbers in the past could tie you to various services and things like that, the cell phone number now is being increasingly used as a tie-in to private information by companies, including money lenders and social networks. So just by knowing your phone number, your cell phone number, could be more useful than a Social Security number because it could be tied to so many databases, and your connected devices is now something they always have with you. So since a mobile device that gets stolen could potentially open up the privacy issues and identity theft issues, the importance of locking it and having these mobile device theft prevention solutions certainly comes into play as a result of this new potential threat to consumers. So the recommendations, jumping to those, from the CTI reports, we know we need to increase global awareness and participation in smartphone anti-theft measures. So we recommend that the FCC work with the State Department and other executive branch agencies to lobby internationally for greater engagement of device theft issues. Noted that, I believe it was earlier this year or last year, that the FCC worked with Colombia, I believe it was, in establishing a relationship with them on device theft. Certainly, lobbying efforts to increase on a more global scale will be very beneficial to the mobile device theft prevention solution. The second area is state, local, federal, and tribal law enforcement theft prevention information is going to be critical to understanding how effective the solutions and prevention measures that are put in place are being within the industry. While we have the CTIA consumer surveys that do focus on some of the consumers, we still need data from law enforcement to understand what the trends are in mobile device theft and seeing if these measures that have been put in place and the recommendations that we've adopted have had a positive effect on the mobile device theft prevention. Additional recommendations that we have looked at include a national smartphone anti-theft measures framework recommendation to look at things like a consumer education kit, a voluntary code of conduct for device resellers, working with a range of law enforcement association on consumer outreach, and working with Congress on the introduction of legislation to criminalize the reprogramming of IMEIs. We also need to focus on one of the gaps in our previous recommendations, and that's in the area of reverse logistics. We need to ask the FCC to work with solution providers and the ecosystem involved in reverse logistics to provide mechanisms for reverse logistics providers that devices that are currently covered by the industry commitments, and put into place solutions so that we cover this portion of the ecosystem. Some additional observations on the carrier side. Much has already been done by the major U.S. carriers, and the remaining obvious required action is for carriers that are not already blocking devices and or connected to the IMEI database to do so. And potentially this could be undertaken. The operators that are connected to the IMEI database can comply with the recently adopted best practices that have been issued. The OEMs, there have been a number of recommendations around the OEMs on IMEI security. But we need further assistance between the GSM Association and the device vendors and other OEMs to make sure that the IMEIs cannot be reprogrammed on devices. And then finally, the OS vendors, again, we strongly believe continued discussion is needed to help the FCC achieve its goal to generate some intelligence on where devices are ending up, and we believe that the OS vendors, could be a critical part in that. Again, there's always further work needed in this area because as we develop solutions, there's going to be future threats and consequences of those mobile device theft prevention solutions that the criminals will be able to work around what we've put in place. We also need additional studies addressing the challenges of tracking where stolen devices go, look at the impact that the mobile device information portal launch will have in 2017, and also continue discussions with law enforcement at all levels to make sure they understand how the device information portal can be used in their work with mobile device theft prevention, and also to get further information from them on how the trends for mobile device theft prevention have been since the enactment of some of the voluntary commitments. So that concludes the presentation. We do have a report that we would like to ask for adoption in the TAC. The report goes into more detail of all the points that are brought up in this presentation today.
And you have once again had at least a period of time to review that, maybe.
When did that go on? I haven't seen it. Well, I think that went out probably Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, Friday.
It was the same issue, same time. So.
Really?
I'll have to check on it. I should have.
Okay.
Separately? So I'm going to check.
I know I've seen it because of I've seen it. Now I'm not sure whether I saw it because I'm on the copy list for the group or whether it went out as the global. If it's not gone out as the global, we'll have to do that.
Sure.
So Walter will double check. While we're doing that, are there questions and or comments?
I think Henning was first.
Henning, I'm not seeing you down there for whatever reason. Henning, please.
Thank you for a very interesting discussion. I wonder if you've talked, or your group has talked at all to some of the insurance providers, because I know some carriers offer insurance coverage that covers lost and stolen and damaged devices. So in terms of getting statistics or insights in terms of what is happening, is that an increasing problem, decreasing problem? They might be able to provide at least some sampled evidence, not particularly for high-end devices, because my suspicion is, and maybe you have found that as well or not, is that theft are not uniformly distributed. The criminals are reasonably smart that a late model phone, high-end phone, is a much more valuable thing than a $100 Android phone that probably doesn't have much resale value.
Right. Yeah, we do have some information from some of the reverse logistics providers as well as insurance. But
they're represented on your work.
Yeah, they're represented on the work group. But much more is needed, as I stated in the report. We still don't have a good handle or a good set of statistics on any of the data regarding that. So that's an area that definitely needs further focus.
And the database now has been around for a while in some sense. So even the database presumably would have somebody would have an idea as to how many hits they're getting, as in how many of the device queries when a reseller does issue a query, or whoever, the police department or whatever, are matching a registered stolen device. That should be information that is at least available somewhere, and it doesn't seem to be like a national secret, so one should be able to see some statistical evolution of both the number of registrations as well as the number of queries, as well as the number of matches on that without too much difficulty. But maybe I'm underestimating the difficulty of getting that information.
Yeah, actually that's part of what the mobile device information portal ultimately will provide. Will give us some statistics as to what devices are being looked up, how many hits on particular devices, even potentially where the hits are coming from. So that's some future enhancements that I know are being looked at.
Jack?
Thanks, Dennis. So, Brian, I lost count of the number of times that you said IMEI in your presentation. But I suppose we understand that IMEI security is weak, that some manufacturers do the wrong thing. Do you see, are we doing enough really in 5G to solve that problem? SA3 is looking at device authentication, for example. Is that ultimately the answer to these problems, do you think?
It's part of the answer to the problem. I think when we look at IMEI security, we're looking at the ability to reprogram IMEIs on the devices. So that goes beyond what SA3, I think, is currently looking at. And that's why the GSMA has these programs in place working with device OEMs to strengthen and make sure that it can't be changed. It can't be reprogrammed in any manner. But yeah, 3GPP, SA3 may or may not be the right place for that.
Here's
Walter.
Just a quick clarification. Brian, the paper that you sent out was Tuesday?
Tuesday, okay.
Yes, okay. I apologize. I got confused. It was labeled draft number 1.
Oh.
Tuesday what?
Tuesday this week.
Oh.
Draft number 1 of the MDT.
This being Wednesday.
Yes.
That's
And you didn't
draft
read it.
number 1 led me to assume that there would be a further draft.
Okay.
It's a good thing we didn't vote it.
In our business, people start with draft 0.01.
Knowing the history of this group, I assumed that there were more drafts to follow.
Yeah, so I guess it's premature to ask for approval since it hasn't been distributed, and yeah.
Right.
See, got one more. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Russ?
So, quick question. Has your group looked at all at what could happen with 5G implementation is expected to explode some of the IoT deployments and what that could do to security beyond just mobile devices? Or are you considering that as part of your scope?
I think if this group continues next year, you've just put number 1 on our list. The simple answer is no, really. We have not considered future yet. But certainly as the IoT devices, that's certainly going to be a topic.
And one other quick question. Do you have participation from these kiosks that seem to be popping up everywhere?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that an automatic check the database as people put phones in? Is there an automatic link that they're required to check the database?
Is it or is it supposed to be?
There's that question. It's a gap. Yeah, that's certainly something that with the device information portal that's being developed and hopefully tie in those kiosks into that process.
And I assume it's how quick the criminal gets the phone to a kiosk before the database is updated.
Right.
Yeah. Time.
Yeah. So, Brian, the recommendation talks about FCC working with State Department in the international dimension. Is anything going on, like maybe an event at Mobile World Congress to have a workshop to bring folks together? You got people there from all over the world, as opposed to, I mean, the formal channels are fine, but you've got everybody in one place, and it is an international problem.
Right.
So,
I'm not aware of anything being planned, but that's a good suggestion. I'll talk to the GSMA and see if something like that could be part of that.
It seems like that would be pretty easy
as a forum, and it is discouraging, to be honest. The pace of movement in this explicit area, the adoption rate, the pickup rate in other countries is not what you might have hoped, given the magnitude of the problem.
Right.
Are there any questions on the phone?
Okay. Here too.
Oh. Okay. And
all right. The question I had is on the IMEI database. Is it financially something that you have to pay to be able to get access to or to load your data in, as far as like for kiosks to be able to look at things like that? Is there anything from a financial standpoint that would keep them from wanting to go ahead and be active, either from the carrier side or from a kiosk, anyone selling phones?
This is probably more of a question that the GSM Association should answer, but I know from a carrier's side, that's part of the association with the GSM Association between a carrier and the GSMA. That's part of what is available to a carrier in order to upload and download the information. As far as third parties, I will have to defer that to the GSM Association to answer.
I will add, this was a topic of discussion. I know we've touched on this point a number of times with the GSMA Association in terms of impediments to use.
Right.
Okay, on the kiosks, I know you haven't gotten a whole lot of information back on the kiosks, but do you know about what percentage of the phones that get turned to the kiosks are sold for parts, or which ones get repurposed back into phones that then would be picked up by the database?
No, I don't have that data, no.
Okay.
That is one of the difficulties. As Brian is smiling, because this is from the get-go, this has been my mantra. Where do the devices go? And we still, after all of the time and effort, and there's been a lot of effort, no one really knows exactly where the devices go, and that's horribly frustrating. But it is still our circumstance.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Just one quick comment. The white paper has been distributed now.
As of 37 seconds ago.
So can we ask for approval?
No.
Yes, we'll now move to a vote.
Pierre wants to vote on it, but the rest of us are going to hold off. Yeah. Because of the speed that he'd like to see. I should know the answer to this myself, but I don't. So I'll ask it. Consumer Reports was quite good over a number of years of doing, you could debate how accurate, but in doing at least a survey to understand the percentage of phones and so on. But they seem to have stopped doing that.
They have, yes.
Do we know why?
I don't know why.
But CTIA has taken over.
CTIA has taken over, yeah.
Which is more industry specific and I think gives us actually better information.
Yeah, I agree with it.
Yeah, but it was... In the crossover, it would have been nice because we had some number of years of a standardized methodology to at least get a vector. Whether it was, in an absolute sense, the number was accurate or not is, in some respects, irrelevant to knowing the direction of the vector. But
right.
Okay, so we'll have that as we get more CTIA data.
Yeah, and CTIA is committed to making this a baseline study, so
yes.
It's not a one-shot. It'll be periodic.
Yeah, no, it has to be. It has to be. All right. Seeing no other question and hearing none over the phone lines, I think we will adjourn for lunch. And I will impose on you. We did have a full hour allocated. I will tell you that this was a carefully plotted scheme by Walter and I, that if we did get behind, we would make up for it with a foreshortened lunch break.
The summary of that is eat fast.
No, you need not eat fast. We do have, 48 minutes to eat, which is which is 18 minutes longer than the allocated government lunch period.
Yeah,
so
let me explain one thing. We have a more complicated lunch this time. We weren't quite sure the room logistics because the lunch occurs in the middle of the meeting. So to err on the side of caution, we reserved 2 rooms for lunch, 8 South and 6 South. 8 South is the prime room, and if there's an overflow requirement, we can go to 6 South.
Or if you want private dining.
But we'll have to escort you up to the 8th floor for your lunch.
Could we set a specific time for the start of the meeting?
Yes, we will start again at 12:45 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
You can enjoy a full lunch, Molly.
How you doing, Dale?
If we could have the slides back there. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Stephen Michael, it's your show.
Thank you. So, I want to start by thanking thanking everybody who contributed to our working group. It was a very active working group where we got a lot of input even in the last quarter with some very good presentations. And especially want to call out Michael Hobb, who was instrumental in terms of helping keep us on track. Our contributors were also very active and most helpful, including contributing language to recommendations and also keeping us highly accurate, or trying to be highly accurate and precise. So in the fourth quarter, we got presentations on non-geostationary satellite-based broadband services. We did more on high-altitude platforms. We had an end-to-end review of a delivery platform, which was quite enlightening, and I think that the people who were able to attend took a lot away from that, but it also helped highlight the trade-off between autonomy of these aerial platforms and the need for spectrum for command and control. Obviously, the more autonomous they are, the less spectrum one needs. However, there is a trade, which is you might need more spectrum for collision avoidance, for detect and avoid. We also had discussions, and we spent a fair bit of time refining our recommendations and eliminating those that we were unable to refine. So the action from the last meeting where you asked us for refinement, if we were unable to refine, it got removed. The base definitions we had in the last presentation, so I don't want to dwell on them too much, but just as a reminder, when we talk about small unmanned aircraft, we're talking about things that are less than 55 pounds, and then we can further split those between recreational use and commercial use. But that, I don't want to spend too much time on that because they're in the last presentation. And then you're going to pick up from NGSO.
Thank you, Steve. Our working group on the mass emitters focused on NGSO systems and on UAS, and so NGSO is really generated a lot of interest this year. And NGSO satellites system, as obviously everyone knows, intend to provide fixed and mobile satellite services to Earth stations, and they are subject to a processing round. After a leading NGSO applicant is accepted for filing, a cutoff day is established for submission of competing applications using overlapping frequency bands. So now in circulation two NGSO and NPRMs for parts 2 and 25. One is for KU and Ka band, and the cutoff day was November 15. It's triggered by one web petition for declaratory ruling for its system of 720 satellites, spanning most of the KU and Ka band. Without going into details, roughly 6 gigahertz of spectrum. And there were 11 NGSO applicants filed with the FCC as of 2 weeks ago. There is also a pretty massive system in the V-band that is going to be open until March 1st, 2017, and that was triggered by Boeing application to operate NGSO consisting of almost 3,000 satellites in 37, 40, 47, and 50 gigahertz bands. So just to remind, the total number of all active satellites today is about 1,200, and that shows you how many satellites are envisioned to be launched under the KUK NPRM. But 11 applicants roughly proposing to launch 6,000 to 7,000 satellites. in the KU, K, and V bands. So this table summarizes all the applicants, and our working group during the year heard about from OneWeb, Boeing, and SpaceX presentations about their system proposals. Moving to UAS platforms, and we'll talk a number of different types of UAS, as Steve just summarized in definition part. We'll start with the large UAS, and the part of them called altitude platform stations. And these are stations that, by ITU definition, defined by the platforms, notionally station kept at 20 to 50 kilometers above the Earth. There are two types of platforms envisioned to operate at this altitude. Either initially they were lighter than air dirigibles, and recently the number of companies that develop a heavier than air planes. Today there's only one global allocation for hubs of 600 megahertz in the V band, which is 47 to 48 gigahertz. But the propagation properties in this band are difficult, especially in tropical, rain zones. And later, about 24 countries in Southeast Asia agreed to additional 600 megahertz in the K band, which is 28 to 31 gigahertz in 2000. And the subsequent World Radio Conference allocated about 160 megahertz at the C band in 4 African countries in Australia. So except the 47 gig band, all of these bands are not harmonized. So here the picture shows 2 examples of lighter than air dirigibles that provide a coverage and broadband services on the ground. And the second picture shows the Facebook approach for the large broadband backhaul services. So with the FCC support, the spectrum for use by hubs was accepted as agenda item 114 at WRC 19. And under this agenda item, there are a number of studies that are going to be carried out to study additional spectrum needs for gateways and fixed terminals links for hubs, to provide broadband connectivity in the fixed services, and to study the suitability of using the existing identifications on a global and regional level at 47 gig band globally and at 27 and 31 gig in region 2. These are the existing allocations, but also to study the appropriate modification of the existing footnotes and associated resolutions. And there are the number of new bands that were proposed to be studied on a global level, 1.5 gigahertz and 38 gig band, and on the regional level in region 2, 21 and 24 gigahertz bands. And this study should include sharing and compatibility studies to ensure protection of existing services. Speaking about altitude stations, there are a few examples where actually industry worldwide developing these planes. So Facebook demonstrated first Aquila flight this year. Google flew Titan last year. Airbus has a number of has ongoing project with in the UK on Zephyr altitude plane. And speaking about lighter than air platform, Thales developed Stratabus. As hubs still in the experimental stage, this TAC working group recommends individual companies continue their efforts and inform FCC on their progress as appropriate. And no further actions is required at the moment. So to summarize the overall UAS for large UAS recommendations from our working group, which span altitude long endurance and medium altitude long endurance and altitude planes. This TAC working group recommends the Commission begin and quickly conclude proceeding on service rules for command and control for large UAS, including hail, mail, hubs, using ITU recommended frequency bands, including a portion of L and C band, and also utilizing satellite services. And the STAC also recommends the FCC gather information on the payload services for large UAS, and particularly hubs, target applications, and sharing techniques with incumbent users.
Ryan Font.
Okay, you're next.
Okay, so this is meant as a way to transition. What's going on with this mic? To transition into UTM, the traffic control for unmanned UAS, and this is laying out the strategic priorities for the FAA. The FAA, as we described last time, having basically the swim lane on safety of flight. And as you can see, it starts down in the lower left with low risk isolated, flying small things in the middle of nowhere, and goes upwards as you think about operations by exemption, Part 107 operations, operations over people, extended operations, non-segregated operations, and then going all the way up to small cargo passenger operations, and ultimately resulting in full UAS integration. So the UTM principles, and this was our update from NASA, is that users operate in airspace volumes as specified in FAA authorizations, issued based on type of operation, operator vehicle performance, and then you get a lot of what seem obvious but are nevertheless need to be stated. The UAS may stay clear of each other. They have to stay clear of manned aircraft. They have to have awareness of airspace and other constraints. Clearly, what that really means is that the machine has awareness, and that the public UAS has priority over other UAS. And you might note that that is a bit of a departure from what you might see in, say, commercial cellular operations, where that doesn't necessarily happen. Key related services clearly are authentication, security being a big issue. Dale Hatfield has brought this up in the past. Airspace configuration, static and dynamic geofence definitions. You need weather and wind prediction and sensing. Conflict avoidance, so airspace notification, demand capacity management, and then large-scale contingency management. So what happens when things don't work? Some of what we have been hearing is that we're getting a greater and greater degree of autonomy in these platforms. So they can go without connectivity for a time, and they might be able to go for connectivity for quite some time if that's part of the flight path. In other words, you're flying over an area that's not covered, and you know that it's safe. Okay. So the project scope is shown in this picture, and you can see that the predominantly small UAS, that's the mass part of the deployment in numbers, is down on the ground, and where you could think of there even being cooperative interaction, and that's something which is new, but even in the inputs that we heard from some of our presentations, that cooperative stuff is still very much in formative stages, and is not necessarily what people are deploying at the moment or planning to deploy first. But the scope goes beyond visual line of sight, and so that is important, because that also brings up line of sight being both radio and visual, and the possibility of these things running remotely, autonomously with multiple independent operations. And so the FAA does not interact directly with those guys, but instead there is more self-organization and coordination. So this basically represents a condensed form of what we showed in September, but it shows the small UAS and makes the distinction between recreational and commercial. So the user base is quite different. So for recreational, this is stuff that's for fun, for individuals. And the FCC parts 15, 95, 97 are the command and control links. The payload is also 15, 24, 95, 97, and with a heavy use on Part 15, the unlicensed bands. Whereas commercial, that means pretty much anything that's in furtherance of business. And so the important distinction there is that doesn't necessarily mean you're being paid for that actual flight. It could be data collection, which is part of your business. Or it could be inspections that are even part of your maintenance. It's not it could be a cost element. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there was a transaction or money changing hands. So the definition pretty heavily leans towards anything that's not for fun is probably commercial. The command and control links, again, parts 15, 22, 24, 27, 90, for terrestrial, cellular, or satellite, with appropriate reliability. And the payload links show up for the unlicensed, part 22, 24, 25, 27, and part 90 for terrestrial and cellular or satellite. You're going to click it. So moving to their recommendations on Part 107, commercial and recreational UAS, the Commission should promote the use of existing communications infrastructure whenever possible to support small, low-altitude UAS communication functions, avoiding unnecessary costs and regulatory delays. And the recommendations that follow, I think, will give more color to what we mean by promote. But in my mind, I think of it as filling in the gaps to some extent of the things we don't name specifically below. So the commercial wireless networks already have flexible licensing, and commercial satellite networks present solutions for control, tracking, payload, communications for small, low-altitude UAS, and that there really isn't any need for a new regulatory regime, so one should not be created. Although the working group does not anticipate the need, the Commission should act now to study if any rule changes or additions are required in order to allow for airborne use of commercial wireless bands. So this is basically a housekeeping just to make sure that there isn't something buried in a regulation that is suddenly going to stop the use of commercial bands for this purpose. And we believe that most, if not all, UAS communication needs are foreseeable. So the Commission's work can be done in parallel with the FAA, and that it doesn't need to wait for the FAA to finish its work before starting to take action. Did you advance? Okay. A important thing is that 800 megahertz is not currently allowed for UAV, and that you could harmonize to make that possible. So rather than making it so that different cellular companies might have trouble supporting, you could make it so that everybody would be able to do that, and that would improve coverage and make it possible to use the commercial networks wherever possible. As the Commission considers autonomous cars and other similar applications provide for collision and avoidance technology, the Commission should also consider collision avoidance spectrum. So there's a chance possibly to coordinate on that, and there's the possibility of even further work thinking about how these things might work together. We have heard presentations where and talks where the notion of these things becoming coordinated. You could have a self-driving delivery truck going out and dropping off packages to be delivered, and then drones taking off from there. And clearly these things could come together all as one system for everything from delivery of packages to even U.S. mail. The Commission should support use of commercially available licensed and unlicensed bands wherever possible for small, low altitude UAS. And the Commission should support the use of ADS-B technology for small UAS to coordinate operations among manned and unmanned aircraft, which means that you're allowing small UAS to listen for the ADS-B messages and transmitting your identity and location information for others to using either ultra-low power ADS-B or alternate implementations of ADS-B like technologies. So we stopped just short of saying ADS-B alone and leave the door open for alternative similar technologies. The FCC should support the innovation and technology leadership by the United States, similar to other countries that already have embraced UAS technology. So this might sound like mom and apple pie, but to the extent that companies in their need to be competitive are advancing these technologies and find it easier to go elsewhere, the technologies and the refinement of those technologies are going to be figured out elsewhere, and it's going to come back to something where we have to make a decision: are we going to accept those alternative implementations or not allow the benefits that might accrue by accepting those things? So it's a small example, could be address space. So if you think of there being hundreds of millions of these things, and that's not totally unreasonable, then you could start to exhaust the 800 number address space, which currently falls under U.S. jurisdiction, and then you're going to wind up with IPv6, which is moving away from U.S. jurisdiction. You need to be thinking of those things as you're making decisions, and so it's basically a prod to say, let's move quickly. The FCC should initiate rulemaking process for commercial control links using C-band and L-band, and the Commission's allocation of service rules for these bands should be flexible enough to accommodate future uses of these bands by low-altitude small UAS. But you also need to recognize that the C and L-band allocations for UAS from WRC 2007 to 2012 are not near-term solutions, and that you don't want to delay commercial wireless bands while making these decisions. And that's our presentation. Thank you.
Very good. Really an exciting area, and it's obviously the newest area for us, but it's a very exciting area with an awful lot going on in this area. Milo, why don't you start it off with questions?
So, Steve, It's not at all clear that ADS-B as a protocol scales to large number of devices. You kind of hinted around that there might be issues with that, hence the comment about low power, ultra low power ADS-B. What's your view about this?
It comes down to how many have to actually rely on ADS-B and where they have to rely on ADS-B. For starters, these things aren't supposed to fly near airports, right? And there's geofencing.
So what you're saying is UAVs that might be equipped with this would not necessarily have it on all the time, right. Only if they're in sort of conflicted airspace.
I'm saying that they don't necessarily need it all the time, and there are also alternate technologies that could be deployed to sense and detect other UAVs, to stay clear of other UAVs, and that you don't necessarily have to use ADS-B to accomplish that. It's not the only solution.
But you didn't recommend a specific other solution.
We did not. We said that it needs to be allowed and that it should be.
Is there standardization work going on in this area on a sort of more consolidated solution? Because obviously, my concern is what's the success scenario, not where you literally have 100,000 small UAVs in flight at any given time. But kind of what happens in that kind of case, how you navigate that, and how that system expands into other altitudes, et cetera, is going to be the usual technology that's used in aerospace doesn't scale to that.
Maybe I can help, Steve. That's actually part of the NASA UTM work for small planes. That's exactly their charter, is to figure out how the thousands of them will be integrated.
Single integrated system.
The single in UTM in the U.S. traffic management system, and that's still just early work. The whole small U.S. UTM just started very recently, and that is going to be a subject of considerable research, because no one wants to burden the small USs with additional systems because they weight, they cost, and they consume power. So what is that bare minimum that will be necessary? And my view is going to be a somewhat balance between industry needs to try to make the system, cheaper, longer living, lower power consuming, and FAA obviously on the other side trying to advocate for the most safer way to operate this and integrate this, large quantity of drones. So probably next year is going to be interesting year. Probably and maybe new technologies will emerge, not just ADS-B. Maybe the system can use maybe cellular network to broadcast their coordinates, and then the private operators can perform the ADS-B functions. That is going to be a very interesting debate next year. And not just for the small planes, but also now NASA initiated the large U.S. UTM work. So that is actually will be, if this working group will be in existence for next year, that's going to be very interesting discussion with industry.
So I just wanted to piggyback on what Michael and Steve said earlier, that there is a kind of two parallels on U.S. discussion. One is more of a UTM or some sort of a network managed process where some of these flight path, everything else is controlled by a centralized database and whatnot. And the other is, adding more autonomy to the vehicle itself. Let UAS make its own decision whether it's going to about to collide with something and how to avoid it. And some of ADBS or alike alternatives are more of adding independence and autonomy to the vehicle. So I think there are two parallel tracks, and I think they will continue to develop their alternatives. And at the end of the day, hopefully there will be a good balance between the two that will satisfy the needs of FAA and some of the regulators from the safety, as well as some of the business applications of different users. So I think next year and moving forward, we will see a lot more discussions on that.
Okay, Pierre?
Yeah, I'd just like to come back to the ADSB point. I think there is an intersection with cybersecurity here. ADSB, it's a very lightweight protocol. It's only 112 bits. But it's unencrypted. It's unauthenticated. Anybody can broadcast it. So denial of service attacks, spoofing, jamming, that's all open. I've asked around a few people. You may well know better. But the ADSB-like protocols are just extensions of the protocol. They are not secured versions.
Right. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the ADS capacity constraints were discussed at length in the working group. We certainly are aware of that. I think, as you may have noted in the presentation, that what we propose is that this be primarily for listening mode for the UAS, and so not adding to capacity constraints, actually listening for manned aircraft. And as also has been described, we anticipate the development of additional technology similar to ADS to provide additional capacity there. I think two things are important to recognize, though. First, the greatest numbers of UAS are likely to be at low altitude. And so, as was described, we're talking about segregated airspace where there aren't going to be manned aircraft, or except around, say, airports. And the segregation plans will keep those aircraft, the vast majority of aircraft, away from the vast majority of UAS. And likewise, UAS have to be so sophisticated as to avoid non-collaborative flying objects as well. Geese will never have ADS.
Are there other questions, either around the table or on the phone?
Maybe I'll just.
Julie?
Yeah. I guess, first of all, great thought went into this. Really appreciate it. And it does point out when we started, so many things up above us, growing and increasing numbers, and just thinking about that in terms of, what are the spectrum implications, for example. We've got so many more things that we're aiming up and down than we had before. And I need to think a little bit more about the recommendations and what we do with them. Because on the one hand, I don't think we want to throw up yellow or red flags. On the other, it's so, for example, it talks about FCC conducting a study of potential interference in 2.4, but I don't sure that comes back to what I mentioned earlier, the resource issue. We don't only have so much bandwidth to do studies, and so I was kind of curious, as you went through this, has anybody looked at this? And I know, to be candid, when the carriers came in about using commercial, and I know they're giving thought to it as well, but we suddenly have things in the air that are moving around that's a little bit different than the terrestrial architecture that we have. So is anybody out there actually looking at this? Or is it, hey, FCC, you ought to do it?
What you will find is, if you look into the literature, there's an explosion of material of using everything from LTE, where at a fairly modest height you see an incredible number of towers, so you have an interference problem, to fairly serious studies funded at NASA by the FAA. So there is a lot going on in this space.
If those of you on the phone, if you could make sure that you're muted. It sounds like we have someone coming in that doesn't really want to be part of the meeting.
But there are real philosophical differences, in terms of approaches, all the way from how do you segregate, I'd say the lightweight, low-flying stuff, to how do you actually create a uniform system where everything is autonomous, human beings out of the loop, So what I can say is that the last time the U.S. uplifted its air control system was like a $25 billion tab with a factor of 2 overrun.
Maybe we can have some offline discussions after, because I'm kind of struggling with the recommendation of what to do with them. It talks about, for example, starting rulemakers and doing studies, and I'm not sure exactly what we would do.
Alter?
Yeah, maybe along those lines, and I'm not going to go into any great detail, but I've seen a number of varying proposals from different organizations on what we should do, either addressing UAS or addressing CubeSats or LEOs. Industry is starting to move in specific directions, looking at service opportunities, trying to understand who the relevant stakeholder groups are, and trying to understand maybe how we reflect the opinions of those stakeholder groups would be useful input. I seem to be cataloging more and more stakeholder groups as time goes on, so maybe an effective way to sort of coalescing who are the decision makers here, who are the stakeholders, and how do we reach some reasonable solutions that benefit the most opportunities would be useful.
I feel like what you're really saying is there's a need for this working group to continue next year. Mike and I tried very hard to solicit input from stakeholders and to do what you're saying, but we also ran into things of some people not wanting to present until certain thresholds have been met, and that slowed our work a bit. But some of it is because this is still pretty early days for this whole area, and so a lot of it is in development. So we tried very hard to pull that together, but I think that there's an ongoing need to do so.
Can I just add to that what Steve said? This was very timely organized working group, because actually it's where the things happens. This year where a lot of development happens, Amazon and Google and Facebook, and for the US, and actually we have such a broad participation in the industry over the year, and more companies join in because there are new ideas coming up. At the same time, FAA and NASA works on new safety rules and proposals, and this whole landscape is changing as we speak. I would say the same applies to NGSO, because there are so many proposals coming right now, and you have so many applicants that have creative ideas how to bring these new large constellations, how to operate them. So there's a lot of new emitters going to be planned to be launched. So I think next year that where some plateau should be kind of achieved, where landscape will be more clear. Some kind of alliances, association in the industry will develop. So it will be actually more clearly, seeing how who the FCC need to work with, and who are the main stakeholders in the process.
Paul?
Mr. Chairman, it wasn't clear to me, Julie, what study were you referencing? I don't think we suggested or recommended that the Commission conduct any studies.
I'm looking at the back in this table.
So it wasn't in our recommendations?
No, it is your recommendations.
Yeah. Just hang on a second. I saw it just 2 seconds ago. Here, C2 payload spectrum, FCC should invite study of harmful interference in bands adjacent to those used by UAS. Study outcome may indicate FCC should notify services adjacent to UAS bands of the possibility of harmful interference. And even though I was talking about adjacent, I was thinking co as well.
Well, I'm not sure either way, Julie, I'm not sure the implication there or the recommendation there was for the Commission itself to do this study, but there are groups that are already actively engaged in these kinds of studies, as you know. Michael and Ron and I saw a presentation from, I believe, Qualcomm talking about some of this work already, but it wasn't the Commission doing it, it was third parties.
Right. And I think it's probably just some follow-up discussion about what we do. I wouldn't want to jump into something prematurely that creates a cloud or suggests we're jumping into regulation. It just wasn't clear to me what exactly we do.
Okay.
I think that the reason why it was included in the way it was included was to show your willingness to be an audience for that, as opposed to conducting those studies.
That's always better.
He's doing better already. So you may want to slightly clarify this. show who is the perform role and who is the recipient.
Yeah, and I just think about it in terms of, that we've given forethought to these things, that we don't get surprises down the road and we turn around and say, why didn't anybody look at this?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And actually, at the detail level, we'll maybe close out with this. There are specific regulations for specific bands where there's a required down tilt to the antenna, which now would be something that you would maybe not want to have. But there were reasons why there was a down tilt built in, so it is significant challenges for the FCC to, as we go forward, to sort out the different constituencies and their interests. Because it's down tilt to protect satellites, for instance, and now up tilt to deal with UAVs, and you are representing both satellites and UAVs, so even within your group there's a creative tension for those sorts of things.
Indeed. I do remember some presentations, though, we saw where the signal strength, even from existing towers, was actually very good. It was at some 400 feet elevation, so above ground level. So that it wasn't clear to me that additional up tilt was necessary in order to for commercial networks to even support the UAVs.
Okay, interesting. All right, actually, extremely interesting piece of work. Okay, Jack, I guess you get the last word.
Thanks. Yeah, just to build on Paul's comments. So Qualcomm has been testing LTE connectivity to small UAVs for probably over a year now, and we did a presentation a couple months ago to this group. And as is reflected, I think, in the recommendations, we don't see any showstoppers. Essentially, it works. As we learn more, we'll certainly share more information, but it has been an interesting experience. Our headquarters is a couple miles away from a Marine Air Base, so it's a very busy area, and just being able to operate in that sort of congested airspace has been a learning exercise in itself, and all the coordination that we've done there to build that system. So we will be continuing this work, and again sharing the information as we discover it. Thanks.
Very good. All right, let's transition to the Adam and Kevin show.
And we're right on time.
Yes, and we're right on time.
It's Kevin and Adam.
Oh, it's Kevin and Adam this time.
With Brian and Brian.
Oh, and Brian. Okay, very good.
Complex. Don't hurt yourself.
And I suspect you're going to draw Nomi into this as well before you're done.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Well, as opposed to the
microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Even close to the mic here. Sorry. So, as opposed to the last group, rather than observing role, I think we will be recommending more of a study role for the FCC. So, but I'm glad that they created the hole for us to drive into.
And lots of resources.
Lots of resources, right? So, just a quick recap. Last year we had identified both programmable networks and 5G as sort of the leading game-changing technologies looking at the future. And this year we were really charged at looking in more depth at particularly the challenges of deploying 5G with the interests of having early rapid deployment of 5G in the U.S. Also looking in more depth at sort of use cases and business models and things like that from SDN, NFV, and programmable networks, and what the implications of that would be for the FCC. And then sort of more generally how the FCC could kind of look ahead and anticipate changes, since these aren't the last major changes that are likely hit the ICT industry. And continue to look out for other game-changing technologies that didn't fit into these two broad categories, of which I would have to say most of the things that came up you can relate to either programmable networks, 5G, or both. So we won't be talking too much about that fourth category here. So our working group is listed here. I'd like to specifically call out Brian Daly and Charla Rath for leading the 5G sub-working group portion of this. and all the work that they did, particularly in the second half of the year, getting us to both recommendations and to a white paper, which was just completed at the end of last week. We also have a white paper on the programmable network side as well. We're not asking for any approvals today since those weren't distributed yet to the entire body, and we will still take some comments on those through the rest of this week since those are just coming out under the wire. I also want to call out Nomi for her work in taking what we started out calling the sort of the educational piece, but it became much bigger than that over time, and is really a process for trying to an ongoing process for the FCC to really kind of stay ahead of future developments going forward. And so she's done some really innovative work there, and then with Adam as well, and Walt. And of course, I also want to really thank Walt and Padma for their close support. Walt in particular always seems to keep us focused on the things that the FCC really cares about, and we appreciate the time that he spends with us. He attends most of our calls, and that's difficult to do. So with that, let me move forward. We had. I also want to thank the broad participation from the work group as a whole, both for the lively discussions, but also for pulling in a lot of SMEs to have SME sessions from vendors, from operators, from startups. A lot of different angles that really enriched the conversations around how, both on the technology side and how it will impact the planning for networks and the users of networks. So with that, is kind of an outline of what we're going to talk about today. The three major components of what we worked on, as I mentioned, programmable networks, 5G, particularly looking towards standards and network deployment. And as you can see, these two areas, as we noted before, overlap quite a bit. Programmable networks we had kind of started on maybe first, but 5G really takes most of those concepts and then applies it specifically to a next generation wireless networks and then beyond wireless networks. And the third category, which we don't call educational anymore, but we now call anticipating the future, obviously overlaps with those, but then tries to look out a process for looking out beyond the immediate game changers that we spent most of the time studying. So these are the three areas. I'm going to talk to the programmable networks one, the 5G network deployment Brian's going to cover, and then finally Adam's going to finish up with our recommendations around process for anticipating the future, with Nomi jumping in when we've missed some key points. Okay, so for programmable networks, we spent a fair amount of time talking, and what we tried to do is have a pretty brief summary here, since an expanded form of all of this is captured in the two white papers that will be broadly distributed probably by the end of this week. So a little bit of just maybe a refresher, a bit of some of the points that we had made before in a condensed form. We went about looking at different programmable network use cases, and also from thinking of what are the fundamental ways or fundamental things about how networks are built and how networks can interact that are the kind of the dimensions that we think of when we think of changes that can impact the FCC. So, and of course our emphasis here has been on use cases which involve multiple entities, as opposed there's tons of use cases, let's say, within the network of how to use NFV and SDN. But the things that we think will have the biggest impact on the FCC will be the things that involve kind of structural changes in the industry, where the relationships between who does what in delivering a service and so forth are the things that will particularly challenge the FCC from the more traditional ways in which these have been done, services have been delivered in the past. So the four that we identified as the key things were, first, convergence. is as you build the networks in this way, what you find is an awful lot of the infrastructure and the components that you're using, most of the hardware is really common between wireline and wireless networks, and that gives you the opportunity, and even with some of the 5G things coming in, even the impetus to build networks in a more converged way, where the services are more independent of what the access type is, and in fact, multi-access type services. That creates one key point of change. Another is the fact that, again, when you're using virtualization and software-defined technologies, that leads to disaggregating individual functions in the network, but it also leads to disaggregation of roles in the service delivery chain, so that you can have many different entities involved in delivering a particular service, as opposed to, let's say, the more traditional monolithic service provider model, where the network and service provider, are the same, and they pretty much deliver all the components or most of the components of that service. That disaggregation leads to, since you're using IT-based virtualization technologies, it leads to the opportunity to do virtualized sharing in the network. And when you have the sort of modularization of the service chain, what you'll find is that many times you need to be able to do certain functions in geographies, let's say close to the end customers within the network, but that function may need to be owned by the service provider that otherwise is sort of on a more centralized basis. So the ability to then take the network and share it among multiple users, kind of like a virtual network operator but on steroids, is that third dimension. And then finally, of course, is the time dimension, that these networks are now, as they're disaggregated and they're put together with software-defined networking connectivity, they become much more dynamic, and changes, even new service creation and things like that, are much more dynamic as well. So there's a time component here. Things are not going to be nearly as static as they are today, and that's going to have implications as well. So we looked at a number of different use cases. You can think of these as sort of plunking down one entity's functions in the network of another, or sharing resources on an end-to-end basis within the network between, let's say, different types of operators. Certainly, classes of new services which require very stringent, latency, or have very high bandwidth requirements and have to be delivered in a very efficient way. These are all the kinds of use cases that we looked through. Several of them are listed here. There's another one that's going to not made it on here, but in general, the application of enterprises to utilizing these. So it's not just between service provider entities and network provider entities, but it's also enterprises themselves being able to deliver whatever goods and services that they do, utilizing all of this. And I was struck by, in reading just this week, an IDC report reporting on predictions for the enterprise market, how dramatic the predictions were on how quickly enterprises were going to be adopting exactly these kind of programmable capabilities in networks that we've been describing. So they were very bullish on how quickly these kinds of services are going to take off. So from the looking at the various use cases that we went through, we kind of summarized the types of impacts that bubbled to the top in terms of the things that we thought would have the most impact on the FCC. So the first one really has to do with kind of the regulatory structure or regulatory architecture. The FCC currently has bureaus, Wireline Bureau, Wireless Bureau. It's structured in a way that sort of reflects the industry as a whole. You tend to have players that are providers in these various categories, and there's also regulation from legislation, locked into legislation around how these different entities are regulated. So not all of this comes under the FCC's control alone, of course. But we feel that with the shifting and the disaggregation of the various service provider roles that is possible going forward, and the likelihood of having operators which blend wireline and wireless, for instance, together, perhaps you could mix satellite in that, as well. That this will in a way conflict with the more traditional structure that the FCC currently has, and not just the structure of the body, but how the policies are put in place and the regulations, which of course take a lot longer to change. Second category has to do with kind of the classification of different entities that are regulated, that have certain responsibilities or certain privileges or accesses, such as PSAP access, or responsibility for access for legal intercept, or access numbering assignment. These are all examples of kind of roles and responsibilities and privileges, and as you disaggregate the service chain, these may have to be assigned to the entity which has the function which essentially you have to have in order to implement that obligation. So that may require a more complex set of entity classifications, and sort of a flexible way of assigning those responsibilities. Process dynamics is perhaps obvious in the sense that things that take a long time today, if you have networks that can be programmed very, very quickly, new services, not just individual services, but whole new services being rolled out very quickly and expanded with a few clicks on a portal to new geographies. But then if it takes several months for approvals, all that speed is kind of for naught, and all the economic benefit that you would get from that speed is kind of for naught as well. So I think there's a number of places where the processes will need to be streamlined and or automated. And I think a good example for this is some of the work that's been done in the 3.5 gigahertz area for allowing for more streamlined ways of once you're approved for a certain band to be able to do that in other geographies. It's a good model, I think, going forward, but may need to be applied in a lot more ways. The next slide, a couple last ones here in terms of implications. The tactile internet, to use the sexiest name, but the very low latency kinds of services. Some of these may be very mission critical kind of services, and some of those might require sort of QoS prioritization. So that gets us into the whole sort of open internet. What is, and this overlaps somewhat with a lot of the discussions we've had in the next generation internet work group around where needed, how do you sort of create something that's somewhere between just an open internet service and a special service, something that's bundled in with the internet traffic, but needs to be able to have some kind of special capabilities for that service to work and to realize the economic benefit or the public safety benefit from that service. And then finally, in the area of security, really agree with the results from Paul's group around SDN security and the conclusions that they made, and they certainly have looked at this a lot deeper than we have. We've looked at it from the perspective of sort of what's new when you look at it not just from SDN but from programmable networks, where you have multiple entities interacting. And to kind of go back to Henning's question before around what's new and different about security in this vein, one area certainly that we identified was that when you do these programmable network slices across the network, and those are offered across APIs or portals to the entities that are utilizing those resources in the network, that's an interface that gives control over, let's say, a larger slice of the resources of the network than you might normally have from an individual customer. And they have control over those resources. So there's opportunities there if the wrong people were able to break into that to have maybe a larger span of control from that than they would otherwise have. Now, that said, we had a fair amount of discussion about this, and I think on balance we feel that the SDN, the automation capabilities that SDN brings will more than counterbalance these kind of larger scope vulnerabilities. However, I'll totally agree with what was mentioned earlier, that you can't just take this stuff out of the box, but you have to make sure that these centralized points of control and resource management, all of those are very, very well secured in this kind of environment.
Hey, Kevin, I'll bite. So what's the picture in the middle? Is this my new doctor?
Well, this is one that I don't remember who contributed this. I borrowed this picture from last year's work, but it's in a way it's a fun way to kind of illustrate the tactile internet. So just keep that picture in your mind when you hear the words tactile internet, and everything will be fine.
You swallowed what?
Yeah.
Yeah, really. All right. So to wrap up the programmable networks portion, so our recommendations in this area we feel are actionable, but we wouldn't claim that they're small. What we're really recommending is a critical reexamination of the essentially the structures, policies, and longer-term regulatory architecture, if you will, that the FCC uses and is employed, looking forward at both where programmable networks and 5G are going to challenge these things, which are starting to become quite clear, but also in the long term as well, and that ties into some of the recommendations that Adam's going to get into. We think it needs to be informed from a lot of different things. Of course, the white papers that we're coming out with we think are a good source, and the work from previous years, Next Generation Internet work group as well. And there's also a facilitated study that's we'll talk about a little bit later, which should be a great source of insights for how to do this. But we're really recommending putting together a organizational task force within the FCC to take a long, hard look at whether adjustments should be made in these areas to really reflect how networks are going to become structured differently and much more dynamic because there's going to be a lot of economic activity and opportunity associated with all of this flexibility that we all want to make sure is captured, and that we have leadership within the U.S. in these areas. And there are certainly opportunities here for those benefits to be delayed or minimized without the proper structure in the FCC to match that.
This is the kind of recommendation that Julie really likes. He can really sink his teeth into reorganizing the FCC, including all the regulatory processes. so there's no problem. I mean, by our March meeting, Julie will have this response.
We have more time than normal.
There's another good slide like this one, too.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
is that the one titled "Make the FCC Great Again"?
What do you mean again? Get into merits.
All right. With that, and for the sake of time, I'm gonna hand it over to Brian, the 5G portion.
Great, thank you, Kevin. So we'll move into the 5G portion of the discussion. When we look at 5G, there's a number of ways we can look at it. As we see on the bottom left of this screen, 5G can be looked at as use case priorities that are being developed. When we look at the ITU or groups like 5G Americas or NGNM, they really define three main legs of priorities for 5G. First is enhanced mobile broadband to support, such applications as augmented and virtual reality, as well as ultra-high definition video and high mobility. The second is critical communications, also known as ultra-reliable, low-latency communications, and this is to support applications such as mission-critical data, industrial control, drones, and robotics, as we've heard previously. And then the third is massive machine-type communications, or massive IoT, which includes wearables, inventory management, e-health, e-farm, e-city, and the like. 3GPP added a fourth dimension to this called network operations, and this adds the concepts of network slicing and reconfiguration, migration and interworking, as well as connectivity and routing. So with that, the picture you have highlights the four service dimensions of 5G. Now, also, when you look at 5G, many times one thinks of a new radio and a new radio technology. But 5G goes beyond that. It's really looking at a next-generation core network, new radio access network architectures such as Cloud RAN, and bringing in new antenna technologies such as massive MIMO and the like. The benefits we're trying to achieve out of 5G, first off, we want to maximize our spectral efficiency. We want to be able to utilize the spectrum to transmit as much information as we can within the limited spectrum we have available. Also looking at expanded spectrum, and especially up in the millimeter wave bands, and as well as the medium and low bands, and different spectrum usage regimes such as licensed, unlicensed, as well as shared spectrum. Low end-to-end latency for some of these mission-critical applications. We're talking about, in the 1 millisecond range on air interface latency, and in the few to tens of milliseconds end-to-end latency between end devices and applications. We mentioned the ultra-reliable and low-latency communications that take into account some of these network capabilities. Network slicing, where we can carve up the network into virtual slices to support the use cases based upon the demands and the requirements of each particular use case. As Kevin mentioned, we're looking at flexible and automated software-defined control policy and management within the network as part of our programmable networks. And also with different air interface technologies, we want to have an access-agnostic virtualized core. That is, we want to be able to bring in different radio access technologies and support it on the virtualized core, especially when we have different types of spectrum between licensed, unlicensed, and shared spectrum. And then finally, we need to optimize the performance for the many types of diverse applications and devices we're going to see. When we look at massive machine or massive IoT applications, there's going to be a whole different set of requirements for each type of application potentially. And the network has to be optimized to be able to handle these type of different types of diverse devices. And that could be in throughput, in latency, low power, and other types of characteristics that we would need to be looking at. Spectrum always comes into play when we talk about anything wireless, and continued focus on balance and best use of spectrum is one of the key focal points that the group came out with. The use of spectrum has to be balanced with the consumption needs of urban, suburban, and rural settings. And that's going to be challenging in 5G because we have to account for physical environmental constraints. As we move up in frequency, we're going to be hit with different type of propagation characteristics than we have in the lower bands. That's going to impact, in-building penetration. Weather conditions and foliage are going to impact the propagation characteristics as well. So as we look at these different spectrum availability that we'll have in 5G, we really need to have a good understanding and balance and make the best use of those spectrum that's available. As mentioned earlier, we'll see a complementary use of licensed and unlicensed spectrum, looking at the low, medium, and high frequencies, with an emphasis on efficiency. Again, we want to squeeze more bits per hertz, share spectrum where applicable, and reuse through densification of the network. We also promote incentives for non-operators to share infrastructure in low population density areas. And also the long-term goal is achieving ubiquity of coverage through the use of multiple spectrum bands. 5G is on an aggressive track within the standards. The industry is marching forward with study items completing this year into early next year, and then normative standards work as part of the 3GPP Release 15 targeted for completion mid-2018. That first release of 3GPP standards really is going to be focusing on enhanced mobile broadband. That'll give the first release Phase 1 standards by mid-2018, and it's anticipated that initial commercial releases of product meeting those standards would be in the 2020 timeframe. With that, however, we are seeing pre-standard deployments, especially for fixed wireless broadband, that are likely to occur earlier. There's been announcements made by operators of those test and pre-standard deployments. The 3GPP Release 16, which is targeted at the end of 2019, will have the final Phase 2 release of the 5G standards. And this will be the release that will be targeted to go through the IMT 2020 process that will have the more complete 5G deployments seen in the 2021 timeframe. As you see on the right-hand side of this slide, the detailed timeline and process for the IMT 2020 within ITUR has the proposals starting late 2017 and through 2019, with the consensus building and evaluations occurring for the outcome and decision in the 2020 timeframe. Some of the challenges to early 5G deployment. First is the magnitude and complexity of the standards effort given the ambitions of 5G. As mentioned, 3GPP is on a very aggressive timeline. They have essentially 3 releases. The first release, 14, is the study items for 5G, and then Release 15, Phase 1, Release 16, Phase 2. That's a very ambitious cycle, and the magnitude and complexity of this standards effort certainly is one of the challenges for that early deployment. Spectrum is always another area that can be an impediment to rapid 5G deployment, and access to spectrum for coverage, penetration, and dense capacity is noted here as well as the flexibility for efficient best use of multiple spectrum bands and licensing types in combination. As we densify the network, certainly that's going to require the deployment of new cell towers and antennas. So siting and approval for infrastructure densification is one of the additional challenges we see for rapid 5G deployment. Backhaul. Since we're looking at 5G having a significant increase in the amount of data that's going to be transmitted, having sufficient backhaul for the massive capacity and high volume of sites is another significant challenge that's been identified. With this will also come the need to understand the impact of various novel licensing schemes and the impact on motivating sustained technology investment, including build-out requirements, the substantial use and presumption of renewal rules. And finally, the flexibility to experiment and innovate to optimize utilization and value is also key to a rapid 5G deployment. So for the recommendations, The first recommendation to up the game on key ingredients for leading in the wireless revolution is to ensure that continued balance in spectrum allocation for best use. And with this, the FCC should work closely with the administration and Congress to ensure a flow of spectrum balanced across high, middle, and low spectrum bands for commercial use, and promote flexible use policies that support experimentation across a range of frequencies and access approaches, including exclusive flexible use licensing, light licensing, sharing, and unlicensed. The FCC should also conduct a set of studies, getting input from industry and other stakeholders, that leads to a balanced spectrum architecture and roadmap fitting the nation's needs into the 21st century. It's also important to emphasize the importance of spectrum efficiency. In future spectrum allocations, the FCC should encourage state-of-the-art efficient usage for existing services to free up spectrum and make available large swaths of contiguous spectrum in single bands to support most efficient use going forward. We should also exert leadership in international standards and open source communities and advocate U.S. interests. The FCC should establish a technology watch list of both evolving 4G as well as emerging 5G technologies, which are priorities for the U.S. market, and use these technology watch lists to guide ongoing dialogue with industry to ensure that they're met in standardization and open source activities. The FCC should also allocate resources to promote that architecture as part of its participation in influential standards and open source bodies. So with that, I'll turn it over to Adam.
So I think this last segment is anticipating the future, and a lot of input I'd like to recognize from Domi, from Walter, Dale Hatfield, who I think introduced quite a few interesting subjects, and lastly, Marty Cooper. And then vigorous discussion by participants from the group. So if I could go on to the first one, and that is, I think the first issue is that if you start taking a look at the kind of networks that we discussed under either 5G or programmable networks, that more and more critical services, or what are becoming critical services for the population, are running over public networks, essentially. Okay? And when you look at the architecture of those networks, there isn't a central architect. And while the companies that participate look after their interest, the question that was posed is, who looks after the interest of those critical services, essentially? Okay? And so our belief is that the FCC should develop the capability to actually analyze the impacts of decisions and negotiations and standards in open source bodies, understand what the consequences are, that there is full transparency and the ability of stakeholders to actually impact those decisions, and that the FCC should use a multi-stakeholder process to arrive at requirements for such services. Okay, and that it in fact be a strong voice for innovations in areas that are important to societal goals, not just to commercial interests. Okay? And so when we look at those, there is an obvious list that's much longer than what we have on the view graph. Things like CALIA, emergency response, security and privacy, disability access, IP protection. And then there are significant new areas that we see on the horizon, like education. I think the idea is of a flipped classroom, okay, where you actually are using broadband in a wireless sense, okay, requiring significant throughput to be broadly available. The same thing for healthcare, and lastly, the same thing in the law enforcement area of how do you build out national networks and support them for these kind of critical services. So we thought it was important to have a strong voice for those. The next thing is really sort of a matter of mindset. I think if you look at progressions in network types, going from switch to digital, going from analog again to digital, those were sort of journeys in which you went from one place to another that was well defined. You looked at an economic case that was fairly long term. I think we are really living in an era of continuous change. I think there's a very interesting infographic that was put together, I think, by Intel that starts off with the beginnings of the Internet and then shows all the things that develop and hang around it. Okay? I think one of the things where we see an overlap between 5G and programmable networks is that the underlying technologies are continuing to move apace, okay, and therefore one has to really sort of change the mindset, okay, of how one deals with those changes in a regulatory setting, and ask sort of the fundamental question: who's an operator, who's an equipment vendor, and who's a content provider? Because I think it is becoming increasingly confusing to be able to identify those players. Okay, and so I would say the first thing we discuss at depth is, how do you deal with this? And that is to take a look at policy and regulation and build it around functionality and not the underlying technology, because the same function can be delivered in many, many different ways in today's world. To re-examine the view of what is competition, because, again, I think this sort of blending of roles really changes that. I think if you look at the emergence of new players who traditionally were not in certain spaces, I think you're starting to see a lot of that happening. And then I would say lastly, a critical review of policies and regulations that were really prescriptive and tied to a specific technology and may therefore inhibit innovation. And then lastly, I would say in this era of continuing change, to develop a consistent approach to incentivize investment with the time scale of innovation is matched to the changes in technology and provides the advanced network capabilities that drive the economy. So we don't actually get in the way of the innovation as it goes on. So I think this one specifically addresses continuous change. And then if you take a look at the sort of disaggregated world or the four convergences that were described previously, what you'll find is that whether it's for somebody nomadic in a rural area, individual residents in an apartment, in a business, if you look at broadband services, wired, through satellite, wireless, the intermediation of the network infrastructure, many different virtual platform operators, and then folks who provide services, I think it's really important in terms of the value that the public receives and our businesses receive to do this as sort of end-to-end systems thinking, essentially. It's much more complex than it was in the past, okay? And so understanding how the network functions requires a new unified view. I think, as Milo said, I would say probably several years ago, it's not just the network for communication that matters, it's the computing architecture, it's where the storage is. There are many things that now influence what the decisions are and what the engineering trade-offs are that everybody makes in terms of what it is that they capitalize, what they place where, essentially. So that, again, becomes very important. And In doing this, the FCC should rely on the capabilities provided by its many constituents to avoid surprises in those impacts to critical services, to understand in this new setting how do you propagate the responsibility for obligations, or how do you dispense privileges in an even-handed way, in such a way that you don't either advantage or disadvantage the participants in the game who are responsible for innovation. And then I would say, lastly, we think of this as an important thing to bring to the table. Okay, while you can't always tell what will happen in that crystal ball, in the least having a few alternatives, understanding the deep impacts becomes important. I think, as Julie reminded us at the last TAC, there is already quite a bit of that goes on within the FCC University, brown bags, brown bag lunches. Okay. Okay, we'll hit this. Okay. But we actually believe that it is of value to do something much more elaborate and much more formal, and to, in the least, on an annual basis, engage in a facilitated study with outside parties that, in fact, sort of increases the depth of knowledge and the possibilities of what's going on out there. That it's conducted with a broad range of participants that represent various industry segments, academia, other government entities, and other key stakeholders. The purpose of these exercises is really to challenge the base plans and beliefs. Okay? What should we be doing in the face of what we have learned, essentially? And through that, to identify potential impacts of emerging technologies and innovations for disruptive change in the communication sector, and to use the results of the foundation to actually have a renewable plan, pretty much like the broadband plan that the FCC put together a few years back, okay, and with the aid of academia, industry again, develop some consensus roadmaps, playing a positive role in leading the dialogue to give the U.S. the most advanced communication system in the world, essentially. Okay. And so as part of this, what we thought is to institutionalize a process. It's that facilitated exercise. I think there's a formal proposal that's been circulated by Walter. So we think that that is an actionable item and important to do. And then lastly, we spent a little bit of our deliberations to take a look at, what other topics should we hit in 2017? Should there be a TAC? Okay. Okay. We have a long list, including the dark side of networks. That's where we're going to stop.
Literally on our last call.
Okay. Okay.
Very good.
Yeah.
A lot of material always.
Yeah.
Changing technology group.
Good. And I think there were a couple of recommendations that went forward in the chairman's letter that are a little bit more elaborate than what we said here.
I thought they were very similar.
Yeah.
That was a question.
Yep. Milo.
So one of your comments was the FCC's role in dealing with these sort of public networks being used. You used the term public network, which is interesting because I didn't get if you meant the big I internet, the little I internets, or lower layer network transport.
I would say you use all of them in a way that's appropriate. Okay, so it wasn't to limit it. And what I meant by public is that folks have access to it.
So, on the one hand, we have infrastructure that's integrated. So let's just think of the big I internet as the example here, that are being used by these sort of critical services. The question about whether or not what the role of the commission is in that process is interesting. Part of the challenge I see is if you are in charge of operating a power grid or a control system and you decide to run it on some set of infrastructure, do you have actually enough information about an infrastructure, its performance, its vulnerabilities, to actually make a good decision? And one of my concerns is the complexity and the integration of the system that you've outlined. I don't disagree with. The challenge is understanding the vulnerabilities and strengths and true costs of that system is an interest. I'm not sure any of the customers can actually make a good decision.
I would say that the whole point is, I think it's for the very largest customers, they probably have the resources to make fairly good headway on that, should they choose to do so.
I would actually say the very largest customers are actually probably going to build private networks over optical transport that they can acquire themselves. And so what I see is actually this partitioning of the very large customers will vertically integrate from native transport all the way up and be completely isolated. And everybody else is operating on a amalgam of networks whose performance is not, I'm not sure there's any ability for someone to actually build the error bars on what the performance and vulnerability of that system is.
Okay, so I would say between our group and the NGI group, the point is to really have that kind of systems thinking and the capability of, in the least, making some headway on what we just discussed. And that means access to appropriate metrics, okay, that in fact allow you to quantify the kind of issues that you brought up. Okay? Does anybody do it today completely? The answer is no. Okay? And if you were to look at the internet and the way it runs, okay, nobody is in charge of it per se.
Not being in charge is less of the issue. The issue is there's very little transparency about performance and failure modes in the integration of this set of
what
infrastructure.
I can share with you from other industries, they usually go through a catastrophe before they get their act together to share that kind of information. Okay? But eventually they do.
And actually, Milo, your question's a perfect segue to the next group, because both from, measuring what the performance is, but also we've had a lot of discussion about wouldn't the economic activity, if you could ensure a certain level of QoS over a common shared, whatever you want to call it, internet star, the value of that. So I think we should turn the time over.
We'll seat the table. We'll Mark, Pierre, and then Walter.
Good question. On the access side, under the future of the unlicensed networks that we've did earlier, and earlier, I think it was last year's TAC or earlier, we had talked about unlicensed spectrum that was being used by industries of basic government, power companies, 900 megahertz, and other types of groups. And we had pushed for a recommendation for the FCC to say that critical infrastructure should be on licensed frequencies, life essential and critical infrastructure. But I don't think anything ever came of it.
Make sure I heard right. That you pushed for spectrum.
We had one of our recommendations was that spectrum is being used for traffic control, life essential services, power, meter reading. Should be the recommendation that it should be used on licensed spectrum instead of unlicensed spectrum, because there's no control or guarantee of communications on it.
They should not be.
They should not. They should use licensed spectrum. Not be using unlicensed spectrum. If possible. Right.
Yeah, we recommended that before.
Yeah. But it's cheaper. It's cheaper to go the other way, so there's no way to require it. So
but let me separate it. It's in many cases, there is licensed spectrum, and choices are made by those entities to use unlicensed space, for various reasons. And we've struggled with this for the years, kind of cautioning people that you go into that space and you're not protected, you're in a kind of public area. But we've not gone so far as to, and nor do I think we contemplate doing so, telling people you can't. Did I misunderstand?
No, it's good. Pierre?
Do we just want to take? I just want to check. I don't recall us having a TAC recommendation that was that black and white as opposed to you should do the analysis and figure it out as to whether or not it was safe. I don't recall a specific don't do it.
No, we just did a recommendation we made a recommendation that said that you should try and use licensed spectrum for emergency or life essential
I think
communications.
guideline is probably more right term.
Yeah.
That's truly. Yeah, good. Here.
Okay, I'd like to go back to the 5G recommendations, and I guess I'm going to need a lot of persuasion on at least one of them, and that's slide 17, if anybody's keeping count. That the FCC should ensure a flow of spectrum balanced across high, middle, and low, and should actually come up with a balanced spectrum architecture. It sounds at best European and at worst Stalinist. Let's have a 10-year plan.
I object to the at best. But
right. I don't think. So will all my European friends.
I don't think that was their intent.
I guess I must have misunderstood the intent because just two things came to mind for me immediately on that. One is we don't know how the incentive auction is going to turn out. It's only halfway through. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount of appetite right now for low spectrum from people who only a couple of years ago were clamoring for it. So it's really hard to predict the future. Another data point is the work that the Aeronautical Working Group did, where I think after a lot of work, the group still doesn't have any consensus about what the spectrum needs are. More work is required. And so I think that's never going to change, and it's going to be impossible to come up with this kind of roadmap.
Well, Pierre, I think the motivation behind the balance was the tendency to think of 5G and very high frequency as a panacea for driving the capacity that we know is going up by a couple orders of magnitude over the next 10 years or so, and that would supply it all, and that won't. So by balance, what we really mean is don't think that the high frequency alone can do the job. What's powerful is when you have that in combination with an adequate amount of the lower band spectrum, then you get the full utility out of both.
Worry about how you
that's
free
the
up
point
some
that
of the
we're
lower
really
spectrum
trying to make.
Okay, so this is a new message. This is like, we'd like more spectrum, please.
Spectrum is never refused.
Okay, on that point. Oh.
Yeah, just
go ahead, Nomi.
Yeah, just one reflection. I think it's interesting that when we began this TAC, how many years ago was it now?
Many.
7 years ago. Well, not all the way back to when Dick
1999.
started, when we began the one with Julius. Right. Top of mind for us was the PSTN transition. And we spent a lot of time looking at that and studying it in every which way and in detail. And I think it's interesting that we've evolved to looking at the impact of a much wider breadth of emerging technologies such as programmable networks or SDN, NFV, 5G, and now the very definitions that we all started with that we never would have thought would change. We would never have thought that 5 or 7 years ago. The definitions of a service provider, a content provider, an equipment vendor, really all the entities that we all represent are blurring, as well as the networks themselves. And I just think it's fascinating, and I think I also give all of you credit for encouraging us to take on a working group like this. I think it's been very interesting, and it's exactly what the TAC should be doing for the FCC, is to help them think about how these technologies are changing the very definitions that we would never have thought would change. So anyhow, I think this was a great working group.
And the first meeting was in 2009.
Was it? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Wow. Wow. Thanks.
Great. All right, thank you. Actually, a very, very good way to conclude that working group. So if we could move on to the next generation internet. Russ and John, you are on.
Yep. Can you put the slides up?
You're on, and Walter's still listening to and thinking about Nomi's input.
So we'll try to get back on track on time.
Breathtaking.
Thinking of the dates. 2009.
I just want to note we're 15 minutes. We were handed the mic 15 minutes.
They promised to get us back on time.
Presentation time.
Okay. Duly noted.
And for those people who are watching this video, we're not actually in a mannequin challenge. We are alive. So move your hands or act. This could have been the longest mannequin challenge. So I just want to make a couple statements before we start, because we're coming up on the year end of the TAC, and it has been another year of fun, and it's a pleasure to work with all the team members and across the different teams. It's a huge opportunity, I think, for each of us, because we get exposed to things we probably wouldn't hear otherwise from the industry, and I just want to hope, and I hope that sharing continues through 2017. So anyway, and so does the TAC. So Milo, we will address some of your questions with regard to quality, vulnerability, and performance, I hope. And you actually were in part of these discussions. So.
To be clear, my question was more about transparency as opposed to being able to get a QoS service, but actually to understand what the options are and what those systems actually do.
And we'll discuss that to some degree as well at the fork in the road discussion. So next slide. For whatever reason, the team member slide got nuked. We'll get that put back in because I just paid homage to the team members. So no disrespect intended. Sorry about that, team members. Actually, it was in the effort to save time here. Anyway, so the real two key areas we focused on, this is the working group, and this is repetitive. We talked about this at the second presentation, the third presentation, and this one, but I want to bring it to bear because I do think all the discussions we've had today, we're actually focusing on, and when we put together these recommendations, let's be honest, the Internet's been around for 30 years, and to Milo's point, how do you know if you're getting quality of service? We now there's an MBA program in place, but is there a measure of QoS in some of the metrics? And then in my view, what's tied to that, which was the second part of our work, was improving the Internet efficiencies and so forth. How do you know what to improve if you don't measure what you have, correct? So anyway, I'm not going to read the bullet points on this slide. One of the things we did work on was creating a framework to actually measure QoS, and that was one of the major work outputs, along with looking at what those improvements would be. So we'll get to that. This slide I think we've already hit, and I don't think I need to recover those points. I do want to talk about the different interviews and guest speakers we had throughout the year. It was a great opportunity, again, to learn from industry leaders. Some of the overall observations and findings that we made, and I don't think there's any surprise, video continues to dominate, be the dominating trend of growth on the network. I think what we'll see in the next few years is different types of video from artificial intelligence type led video, virtual reality, and so forth that'll continue to drive that in high broadband perspective. Market-based solutions are emerging to deliver improved experiences in video, and we came across that from quite a few of the speakers that we talked to, whether it was Hulu, Facebook, Conviva, et cetera, that talked about the market solutions that are coming to bear. Instrumented clients generate data to allow content providers to improve the QoE provided to their users. Again, some of the companies up there are doing this today in a service provider perspective. And then changes in media formatting will lead to fewer versions of files and reduced bandwidth, network bandwidth demand. And that's really looking more at some of the things going on in Dash and so forth, and the evolution of CDN. And I think the other key point that's not on this slide that I want to bring up is in-home networking is growing in importance in terms of the overall network and is still the big gray area where there's very little data available. So the next segment here is the improvements in efficiencies. And again, there's some of the common folks we talked to here, but some of our key findings we want to bring up are there is significant work being done to define the future of the Internet. There's an evolving core and access to keep pace with demand. Near-term focus on access speed and content delivery efficiencies, content and coding mechanisms evolving to more efficiently support traffic. So this really is more tuned towards what's happening with that delivery of the hottest, traffic, which is video so far. And then there's a bunch of projects from National Science Foundation grants that Marvin's going to dive into more detail. Multiple streams of research on SDN, ICN, NFV, open source coding, et cetera. And 5G we see as a key driver on the next-gen Internet core changes. And we'll talk a little bit about that as well in Marvin's discussion. So Marvin, I'm going to turn it over to you for the next few slides. I'll turn the slides if that's okay.
Okay.
Otherwise, I can throw this, and we won't look like mannequins.
You can change slides. There's a key problem in the Internet that's been remarked on by academic researchers for more than a decade now, and that is that IP addresses serve two functions. They both tell where in the network to send a packet, and they identify the device that is going to receive the packet. And we use the same address for both purposes. The problem is that if a device moves from one network location to another, it changes its IP address when it's really the same device. And it would be nice if there were separation between identifiers and locators. And that's it's a well-understood problem of the current Internet. A second well-understood problem is that there's not much security built into it. It was a research network among academics. They didn't worry about security when it was designed 40 years ago. It doesn't deal well with tolerating delays and intermittent connectivity, as happens in wireless. And as we've developed new usage models of content delivery, we've had to add all kinds of complexity, manipulating the DNS system to find the closest CDN server and so on, that has greatly increased the complexity of what was originally a very simple architecture. And finally, evolving the network is difficult. We had IPv6 standards nailed down pretty much 20 years ago, and we're just now getting to a few percent penetration. So it takes a really long time to do things. So for those reasons, the NSF has been funding a number of projects over the last decade now to look at, if you were to start over and redesign the Internet, knowing what you know now, how would you do it differently? And there have been a number of interesting ideas that have emerged from that. Next slide. I'm going to talk about three projects that the NSF has funded in the last 5 or 6 years. One known as Mobility First, one named Data Networking, and the other the Expressive Internet Architecture that I've personally been involved in. All of these approaches involve a very strong emphasis on intrinsic security. Device identifiers are tied to public-private key pairs so that you can, it becomes very hard to spoof at device identities or locators. There's some of the work that's been done by NSF is starting to move into various actual industry bodies, but quite honestly, it's still in the prototyping phase, what I would call the 1990s phase of IPv6. But I think that we're at a point now where more interest and involvement of industry is important to kind of move some of these ideas forward. Next slide. So I'm going to talk about Mobility First. This is a project that was led out of Rutgers and the University of Massachusetts. And the core idea is that every device has a globally unique identifier that's tied to a public-private key pair, and that this identifier is then mapped to a current location of the device, a network attachment point on the network. And that a packet might actually have as its address not a network location, but the global identifier,
and in real time, through a highly distributed, very fast response name resolution service, you could resolve that globally unique identifier into the current network attachment point. And it means you could send a packet to a device that is constantly moving, always mobile, and with what might be called in computer science late binding, you would find out exactly where it is at this moment in order to deliver the packet. These identifiers are flat. That has all sorts of challenges for designing the namespace and the resolution system, which have been worked out by the people at UMass, and it's actually quite elegant. Second project I want to talk about is named data networking, and the idea there is that instead of addressing packets to a device, a packet names a piece of content that it is interested in having. So a packet, so-called interest packet, is sent out to a destination which is the name of a piece of content, and any place in the network that has that content sends it back to the device. And that allows for very distributed caching. Every router becomes a potential caching point, and it has all sorts of nice features. For one, since packets don't have identifiers identifying the sender or the recipient per se, it makes traffic monitoring much harder and therefore provides a lot of privacy. It makes denial of service attacks essentially impossible. I can send out lots of interest requests, but they'll be served by the closest router, and they won't funnel into a single destination point. And so DDoS attacks kind of disappear as well. It has, given that the bulk of traffic on the internet now is in fact delivery of stored content, this becomes a very efficient way to deliver that. And they've also worked out how you could do everything from real-time voice over IP, real-time control, and so on with this model. The third architecture, the extensible internet architecture, is based on the idea that we don't know exactly what packets should have as headers, whether they should be addressed to universal IDs or to content. And so we should design an architecture in which you can evolve the principal endpoint identifier types. And in the extensible internet architecture, we start off with three identifier types: hosts, services, and content. Both hosts and services are based on public-private key pairs or hashes of a public key, so that you can identify that a device is authorized to use an address by asking it to sign something with the corresponding private key. But you can add additional address types. We have an additional address type for routing over IPv4, so that you can gradually introduce this architecture into an existing environment. As an additional address type that looks somewhat like named data networking, so that we can replicate some of these other architectures. In order to support the multiple address types, addresses take the form not of a single endpoint, but of a directed acyclic graph, which we call a DAG, which can have both a final intent destination, like a content name, and then a fallback as an alternative path through the graph to, say, a host which you think knows about this content. So when I'm trying to get a particular web page, I can ask for it by name and with a fallback to the web server that I think is the publisher of that content. This provides both evolvability, also network diversity, kind of built-in robustness for network failure because you can have alternate paths, provides some attractive features for multi-homing and mobility as well. And intrinsic security is guaranteed, as I say, by having host and service identifiers as the hash of a public key. So those are some of the ideas that are emerging in the research community for future network architectures. I think these are not near term. In the next 5 years we're going to see them deployed, but the kind of thing that could make an impact farther out. So the next slide, we look at some of the time frames of things like XIA or named data networking also goes by the name of information-centric networking. Those things are 5+ years. The shorter-term things are things we've heard about: 5G, SDN, NFV. There's some very interesting things happening in how we encode content for video delivery. Again, 70% of the content being delivered now is stored video. And so the efficient way that we have a manifest that names chunks of the video at different resolutions. This is a standard called Dash. This is evolving and becoming more common across vendors. We don't have a single standard. That's going to lead some additional efficiency and some efficiencies in content delivery networks. Okay, so I think that summarizes things I wanted to talk about.
Thank you very much, Marvin. Any questions on that segment? Because we're going to change gears a little bit in the next segment. So if we want to have any questions right now.
Mark, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, most of the aspects you're talking about are basically, it sounds like just a finishing of mobile IPv6, MIPv6.
Mobile IPv6 has some of the features, but mobile IPv6, for example, makes heavy use of home agents, which is a whole other layer of infrastructure, which is not necessary in the case of XIA, where you can sign things using the private key associated with an address in order to move, somewhat like the cryptographically generated addresses that are at least one flavor of mobile IPv6. But the home network agents and so on are not required, and you don't end up with the triangle routing. As for Mobility First, it's a very different approach, which is instead of home agents at every single AS, you have a global namespace that resolves into the current attachment point, and it's a rather different approach to achieving the same kind of mobility.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much,
Good.
Marvin.
Continue.
Yep. Okay. Now we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about the QoS discussion. We've had this discussion for the last several TAC meetings, and this slide was intended to set up the question is, are we arriving to a point where the Internet needs to evolve from a best effort type service set of delivery to a more quality of service enabled service? And how would that happen, and what would we need in order for that to happen? And it's a largely complex problem. We involved a number of experts on this topic this year, and we have summarized on this slide. We looked into the methodologies for measuring broadband America. We had Nick Feemster present to us. We had Casey Claffey present to us. We looked at the available speed indexes and video quality indexes from Netflix and Google, respectively. We were very fortunate to have on loan to us from AT&T and Brian Daly specifically, his man Al Morton, who chairs the ITUT Study Group 12 on quality of service and quality of experience on our work group this year, and it was a tremendous benefit to us. We also had engaged with the CTA, the IETF. We had presentations arranged by Jeff at Intel on Dash, and we also had input from Comcast, Conviva, and Hulu on different steps that they're taking as private companies. So it's been a very broad input, and where something is in the public domain, we've included in the backup the links to all that as an appendix to the presentation today. So if you want to see the input that we were given in detail, it's there. All right. And I thank Marvin for this first conclusion. He was trying to explain it to me, and he said, look, this end-to-end quality stuff is really hard, and I can understand that. And when we start talking about assessing interconnection health, which is one of the areas that we think needs to be expanded, that's one of the things we had to consider. So we're going to go into that now. So who's been looking at this? Well, a lot of people. The Commission's done a lot of work on metrics already. They had the consumer TAC provided information to them on what this sort of nutrition label for broadband needed to look like. We have looked at the efforts that were being led in the ITU and how that also fed into the IETF. We had reports from BTAG. We had people talking about ADIS and EDSI and ANSI standards. And we also had various private parties came in to talk to us. Now, there's a lot of work on what is quality of service, and the factors that go into quality of experience really transition away from a lot of these technical metrics to human factors, and there still needs to be a lot of work done on the human factors portion of this. All right, so we made a recommendation, hopefully that was included in the chairman's letter, on QoS and QoE. We recommended that the MBA program, as it exists today, be extended to add additional quality of service and quality of experience measurements. We thought specifically it should be included it should be expanded to include CDN performance and interconnection health, which involves looking at more places. When it came to quality of experience, there's a lot of work now starting, particularly in the ITU Study Group 12, on quality of experience and what that means. But when you net it out, you have to have a human factors analysis on this. And discussing with Walter, it was determined that the best way to go about this would be for there to be some sort of a public and private partnership between a company that has the ability to go out and do some of this gathering of consumer experience with the commission in order to inform them on what is the best way to move forward in this area. So we added some additional information on what type of additional tests need to be done. Well, it's a lot of data collecting at the different potential congestion points, largely between networks. One of the problems that came out of the analysis is that most people in the interconnection chain only have visibility to their side of the data. So collecting a holistic view of the data is problematic because not everybody has a view of the data that we might want to see collected. But as we thought about that, it was thought that if we could expand the role of the existing MBA test units that are out there to be able to do on-net testing and support testing coming in as well as just going out, that you could begin to build that profile of how things would look across the network. And I'll just go to this slide here. So we thought, okay, well, there's areas that aren't part of the current MBA program and maybe could be. And so those boxes are shown as red on this diagram. And the blue ones are the ones that were shown as existing. So we felt like that if these were instrumented in such a way that they could both perform a test and receive a test, that you could begin to build that profile of what the interconnection health looks like across a whole range of service providers and not strictly the bias provider to the residents. And you'd end up basically having a mesh of tests that were being performed across the network. So we showed this slide in the last meeting, and it was an effort to show what MBA is currently testing. And the blue boxes, again, show the MBA test, so largely focused on the bias provider. And what we thought our recommendation would address is the ability to have this more granular testing at each of the various layers in the structure and be able to really understand the performance between any 2 points within the network. And with that, we're going to turn it over to Lynn Merrill to talk to us about a continuation of this as it relates to in-home networks.
Okay, thank you, John. I'll go ahead and start with kind of like why were we looking at this gray area as far as from that. And one of the things we brought out as far as early in the spring was that the QoS and QoE is not dependent as far as on what's outside the home or as far as just outside the home, but it also includes what's in the home as far as all the way to the end device. So we really have to think of it from the beginning clear to the end. And obviously we know that the as far as in-home, as far as the networks that are managed as far as by the consumers themselves, these consumers often have no experience or they don't have the tools to go ahead and work with. And another thing we noticed right up front before we got into our real work as far as on this is that there really is no public data that was currently available as far as for measurements as far as within the home. So during the summer, what we did is we went ahead and did collaboration efforts as far as working with different entities as far as and organizations as far as around the world and across the globe. And the first one we worked with was CTA, and Brian Markwalder helped us here. Really what we found as far as from meeting with them was that performance measurements are very much of an interest as far as to the consumer device manufacturers. In the R7 home networking meeting that we had with them, and since that point in time, they're continuing to do work as far as in this area to go ahead and help look at ways to take this forward as well. In our discussions as far as on the QoS side, when Marvin was getting all these folks come in with Hulu, Alchemy, and Conviva, that when we looked at the third-party collectors, they also had data as far as in the home. And so that gives us the opportunity to go ahead or for the FCC to look at maybe leveraging this data somehow as far as for public consumption as far as in-home, as far as seeing QoS or QoE. This is something that really is going to have to take some work and understanding as far as if data could be made available and how it could be laid out. But that was the direction as far as that we got from these third-party collectors. Another thing we found out as far as for the in-home measurements is that the content providers really had a clear interest as far as trying to understand what was happening in the home and how that impacts the use as far as for the content that folks were driving down or pulling as far as from the network. Another collaboration group we were working with is the Broadband Forum, and we were exploring with them the TR69 and TR304, and they continue to work on efforts as far as for using application-based monitoring systems and things like this that could be programmed into their information as they move forward. So they're continuing to work with that as we work with them as well as we go forward. Another item as far as either when we look at the large carriers, Comcast, AT&T, and Verizon, and I can also attest for the small rural carriers, they are very interested in reducing their truck rolls and trouble tickets. Anything we can do in those would go ahead and help the in-home network and then also help the bottom line for these companies. Addus obviously has a growing interest as far as focus as far as on the in-home performance. When we look at what's the real impact as far as for QoS and QoE as far as in the home, the devices continue to grow and they will always continue to grow. The quality as far as for user experience is paramount. The in-home could be or is or probably is the weak link. It may not be, but there's no way to really know. And that's the thing that we have to really look at and consider as we're trying to make sure our network is most functional as far as across from end to end. Consumer device performance and industry interest. It is something that we look at as far as especially for the manufacturer side. Anything that you can do to pique interest in this area, increase sale as far as for products and services. Remote troubleshooting, anything to go ahead and cut the cost as far as for service providers is grand. And then also on remote monitoring, if you can predispose of a problem before it really becomes an issue, is keen as far as on trying to take care of a network. When we look at diagnostics and misconfigurations, being able to allow a customer to go ahead and to look and see and find issues within their local network and solve those issues is fantastic, and developing ways to do that will be great. And then the last thing, as far as broadband trends, as far as usage and trends, as far as for policy decisions, the FCC needs to be able to have ways to look long term, because when they make decisions as far as outside the home, it also creates or has impact as far as for consumers and their networks as far as within the home. Now, why did we go ahead and really consider the in-home QoS and QoE? As we discussed a little bit earlier, the in-home is the only portion of the broadband network where there is no industry standards as far as to go ahead and look at measurements. And these standards, if there is anything that's out there, it's not made available as far as to the consumers. Providers don't have very much information unless it's proprietary, and the content owners are in the same boat. We need to be able to identify underperforming equipment that is within the home so that we can go ahead and improve the quality experience. And the other thing we need to do is look at developing baselines and establish methods to go ahead and increase the end-to-end service performance. What is our anticipated outcome? Is to develop a standards-based measurement system, and having the ability for a customer, industry, or FCC, to be able to see allows everybody to understand QoS and QoE as far as within the home. If we provide for a customer to go ahead and be able to measure, test, and initiate problem-solving techniques by themselves, it will go ahead and improve the throughput and provide better service as far as for a broadband provider. When we look at reduced trouble tickets as far as for the broadband providers, the content owners, anything to help them will be great. And we can, and in looking at the in-home service and in-home network, will reduce any problems and would go ahead and improve bottom lines. As far as aligning performance objectives, we look between the network services and the in-home networks. That's, again, looking end-to-end as far as for the network, trying to make sure that we understand where the key components are as far as where there's either failures or problems as far as with the quality of service and likewise the quality of experience. So, John, I'll turn it back to you as far as to go ahead and discuss recommendation. Or is Russ going to do that? Thank you, Russ. Okay.
So to wrap it up, the short bullet here first. The FCC to issue a public notice on in-home networks and their contribution to overall quality of service and quality of experience. Of course, the devil's in the details, which is on the next slide, which is the long version in an eye chart. And really, it just calls for some of the details on the public notice. I really don't want to read this to everybody in the interest of time, but it talks about getting the industry involved, looking for third-party data, so forth, to extract some of the QoS, QoE data. So that's our recommendation, and we're open to questions on. We covered a lot of different ground here, and we switched gears a little bit, but QoS, QoE, in-home, and improvements to the internet.
Great. Milo's quick on the draw today, so go ahead, Milo.
I thought you just are always looking right.
No, there's no other tent card up.
Okay.
You're the one and only.
Yeah, okay. Couple things. The FCC has authority over in-home wiring standards, and it would be interesting as you look into this effort whether or not changes in those standards could be helpful in terms of solving some of the problems here, at least for new buildings. And while your focus, I know, has been on in-home, aka residential, MDUs and office buildings have many of the same sets of challenges, particularly multi-tenant office buildings, where the RF environment is a mixed environment run by different sets of folks. So I would just suggest that we look at a broader envelope that would include enterprise and multi-tenant dwellings.
No, it's a good point, and I think it needs to be added to the last slide as part of the public notice to seek that information. And also whether wireless would be included in that coverage of the wiring, which it's probably not.
Yep.
Let me try.
Julie, go ahead.
Yeah. Really, I think an important subject, and I think it would be helpful, and we can talk a little bit offline too, that if we do this public notice, and suppose it were framed to say, hey, a charge to whether it's grad students or people out there who are doing studies, of what specifically we'd like to hear as to the quality of experience. So, for example, I'm just throwing out one thing that's always been on my mind is we've got all this spectrum at 5 gigahertz, a good chunk of it with DFS. And I ask people all the time, is it being used? Is the DFS being used? And the reason I ask is because there's a lot of spectrum there, but is it that there's been enough hiccups in it that people are just avoiding it? And if so, should we be looking at it, and are there things that we could fix to make it better? So what I'm really getting at is, in the discussions, or rather than just asking general questions, are there things that we could ask specifically about? As opposed to just asking what people's experience is in the home.
Using rifles versus shotguns. Yeah, so if I hear the question or the comment, it's more around, trying to look specifically even at the utilization of that spectrum and how it's, which may be something that you could also get CTA or somebody to look at instrumenting some of the products and providing feedback. And I think this is one of the key things we found on in-home. There's so little data available. It's a real gray area.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on what Julie was saying. To me, it's not just the data point about how long does it take to get something, spectrum that's, for example, gated by DFS in use, but what is the cycle time for, if new spectrum is allocated, how long does it take to actually get that into the enterprise, into the home, et cetera? Because I think reducing the adoption curve and what can we do to drive that forward is an interesting topic by itself, right? Yeah. Where are the barriers here on semiconductors, software support for integration, et cetera? Because I think that may help inform FCC policy in terms of what kind of rules. If we know one kind of rule will take 10 years to adopt and another kind will take 2, it should impact our decision-making process.
Mm-hmm. Great. Seeing no other tent cards around the table, any tent cards, virtual tent cards on the phone? Hearing none, we'll move on to our final work group. Take us home, Greg and Lynn.
Walter?
They're up. Yeah, just.
Slides?
They're right there.
Thank you very much. Since this is the last TAC working group presentation of the year, it may psychologically seem also to be the longest. Try to maintain the quality of experience so that you don't notice that. These are our
well done, Lynn.
Participants in the working group, the intrepid co-chairs here with you, the tireless FCC liaisons, and of course our exuberant contributors and participants in the working group. This is what we plan to present today. We have actionable, we think, recommendations for the FCC in 3 areas: noise floor, interference resolution and spectrum management, and enforcement. After that, we have a detailed analysis to present, not too detailed, but detailed, about the results of the TAC technical inquiry on noise floor from the summer. So the actionable recommendations have really been 3 years in the making from the working group's activities. On noise floor, the information comes from the input received from the TAC technical inquiry. On interference resolution and spectrum planning, we're pulling the work that has been done previously on harm claim thresholds, on risk-informed interference assessment, and the paper on basic principles for compatibility of spectrum allocation. And then on enforcement, our source of recommendations comes from the work on next-generation architecture for enforcement and interference resolution, and our previous request in the TAC for public access to a database of enforcement actions, of past enforcement actions, and the mainstreaming of the use of interference hunters into the enforcement process. We believe that there is ample evidence of a noise floor problem for the FCC to take action on that issue now. We got over 100 responses to the technical inquiry. We got them from all segments of the industry. We talked with noise hunters, or people that do exactly that for a professional living. And we found that there were certain issues that were agreed upon virtually unanimously. And so we're fairly confident in the recommendations we're making make at least some logical sense. First, we recommend that the FCC direct the lab, the OET lab, to make measurements on specifically advanced lighting and switching power supplies that are currently on the market, and ascertain if they meet the regulatory radiated and conducted emission limits, and if they don't, or if needed, initiate some enforcement actions, because that's an area we've kind of drilled in on. Second, we recommend that the FCC issue something, a notice of inquiry / notice of proposed rulemaking, to get more information about the advisability of rule changes. And those rule changes would cope with a number of things: advanced lighting and switching power supply devices, noise generation generally below 30 megahertz, devices that are currently excluded from mandatory emission testing, the aggregation of noise from groups of compliant devices, the current applicability of Class A versus Class B emission limits, the differences that are covered in Part 15 versus Part 18 of the Commission rules, and whether to require an FCC label on every device that has been tested and confirmed to meet emission limits. On spectrum management, we're recommending that the FCC initiate a policy statement, capital P, capital S. This would be voted on by the commissioners, and it would set forth spectrum management guidance based on the TAC recommendations that have been made to the FCC. Specifically, it would implement receiver recommendations and spectrum allocation principles that have been described in the December 2015 TAC paper, and to formalize those into general allocation policies and principles. So it would set clear expectations about a affected system's capability with respect to interference, such as harm claim thresholds and the other principles in those papers. Secondly, it would announce that there would be a serious pursuit of adopting risk-informed interference assessment and adopting statistical service rules more widely in order to support that analysis, and we appreciate Walter reminding us that that is a process. It is not an easy thing to do, but if not now, then when? We've included bibliography in most of these areas so that one could refresh their memory if they were so inclined on the work on these topics. On the enforcement side, we have three basic recommendations: commissioning a study to develop the next generation systems architecture, creating a comprehensive and unified publicly available database of past radio-related enforcement activities. We've covered that previously. And recommending that the Commission incorporate the use of interference hunters as a tool for them in the interference enforcement process. And, of course, we have backup references for the rationale for these recommendations for archival purposes. We did want to bring attention to some of the emerging concerns, specifically in the enforcement area. First is the increasing presence and the capability of software-defined, software-controlled radios. When it's all software, it's not hard for a user to get unauthorized access to bands that they shouldn't have access to, public safety, air traffic control, other kinds of life support communications. And especially onerous are the kinds of false or fake messages that are issued, but to the receiver, they seem like they're legitimate. And that's the definition of spoofing, and the FCC needs to look at that and develop a prevention strategy for that kind of harmful activity. And specifically with respect to GPS, it has its own very specific vulnerabilities with respect to spoofing and jamming that are becoming more prevalent. It's an easily jammable signal because it's a pretty weak signal, and there are also more sophisticated attacks now for spoofing, for masking the position, making something appear as being in a place where it in fact is not. And as a society, we're just so dependent on GPS services these days that this is a targeted issue that deserves particular attention from the FCC. And again, emerging enforcement problem is noise, because some devices are marked as FCC compliant, and we find out, well, turns out they were never tested, or their design was changed after they were tested to be more noisy than they represented initially. We identified in the technical inquiry switching power supplies as being an issue with compliance, as well as LED lights, CFL lights that may or may not be compliant with regulations in place. And in general, we see signs that it's time to ring the fire bell on stopping the rapid increase in the noise floor, because it seriously is a serious spectrum management issue. With that, I am going to turn this over to Greg Lappin. He's going to talk about our technical inquiry. This, of course, was released in June. Comments filed in August. Comment deadline was extended informally throughout the fall. I reiterate again, because there was some confusion, this was a TAC activity. We did use the FCC ECFS for convenience for filing, but it's not an FCC proceeding. It does not imply sanction by the Commission itself or imply that any rulemaking either will or will not take place. So in that context, Greg will tell you about what we found in some greater detail.
As you can clearly see.
This is not meant to be read. It's just meant to be taken in. But
it's beautiful.
It's
a work of art.
It truly is a work of art. And up there, as you can see, there are many questions that we asked, and people attempted to answer them.
If you say so.
I do, and the number of people was pretty impressive. We received 100 submissions. That's not about 100, it's exactly 100 submissions to the ECFS. Some were duplicates because people had trouble using the system. So the same thing appeared 2 or 3 times. But there were 83 different people or entities that responded. In addition, it was advertised in many publications, industry publications, so we received, as a working group, 8 submissions directly, which I was not able to put into the ECFS for them, and they didn't seem willing to do so. But we still read what they had to say, and much of it was interesting. There's an interesting breakdown. 24 companies or industry organizations responded. 39 RF professionals, 31 licensed radio amateurs, 2 university researchers, and then there were 9 responders who did not reply to the questions that we asked.
I think that's better than our batting average.
But they did have interesting answers.
But the entities covered a wide range of groups. We had representation from amateur radio, broadcasters, radio astronomers, cellular providers, wireless microphone providers, public safety, GPS equipment providers, power companies, and lighting producers. And I was especially interested to see the comments of the lighting producers, since so many other responders singled them out as the industry that was the major source of noise. and it was very useful to see the other side. More on that later. The noise sources that were cited. Power lines were cited by 28 respondents. And a power line can be a source of noise in many ways. It can be an incidental noise source, in other words, arcing of the high voltages on the power line because of bad transformers or bad insulators. It can be an unintentional noise source because other things that are plugged into the power line leak back into the power line and add up in the power line and then are re-radiated off that great big antenna. And it can also be an intentional noise source. Broadband over power lines and power line communications, which are similar but a little bit different, are intentionally signals that are put onto power lines and do leak off. We also had our respondents cited advanced lighting, 32 of them, which is the most of any one thing that was cited. And by advanced lighting, we mean CFL lights, the newer LED lights, and all of those are unintentional radiators, not incidental, but unintentional. They actually have oscillators in them. But we also have some rebuttals to the fact that this industry is a noise creator. The rebuttal obviously came from the industry, but they made the good point that if, with the proper design, the lights can meet regulatory standards. In addition, some of our respondents who didn't do calibrated measurements but just took a radio and measured different kinds of lights were able to show that one manufacturer's lights were quiet while another's were very noisy, which is evidence that it can be done. It can be done quietly. Also, 5 of our respondents talked about arrays of lights, such as in a stadium. You have individual lights that could very well be compliant, but you put enough of them together, and enough could be hundreds or thousands, your noise may build up, or seems to build up at least, to be something that causes a problem. Also, we noted that most of our respondents, or actually probably all of our respondents, didn't have the equipment to actually tell us what the levels of noise they were receiving were. They had receivers that heard noise, but they couldn't tell us if that noise was above or below regulatory limits. So I want you to keep that in mind, because even though we got some interesting information, it doesn't tell the whole story. Switching power supplies were cited second, as the second largest number of respondents, 32, as a noise source. It's also possible that, let me pull that up, that now these are unintentional radiators, and it is possible that the last category of lights, which all contain switching power supplies, could really just be one big problem of switching power supplies. We don't know that, but it is a possibility. The switching power supplies include consumer electronic power supplies, wall warts. They're found almost everywhere. And we did have people who reported that there were some wall warts that were noisy while others were quiet. Again, telling us that it's possible to make these things properly, but not all of them are. And by properly, I mean quietly. They may all, for all we know, they may all be meeting regulatory limits, because those measurements weren't made. 14 of our respondents also pointed out pulse width modulated speed motors, which are most of the motors these days in your air conditioners, in industrial areas. And 2 respondents also pointed to cable TV leakage, which I believe is still being looked at by the Enforcement Bureau from planes high above us. But they seem to think that some of it was still leaking out. Now, of all those noise sources that were cited, here's what our respondents cited to be the services that are affected. The most people complained about AM broadcast radio being obliterated. 34 respondents told us that was a problem. And it's not a problem that any of us are surprised by, I don't think. In the amateur radio world, a lot of high-frequency radio was used. It's a wonderful band for long-distance communications through the ionosphere. And 31 of our respondents were amateur radio operators, but some were not. Some were also shortwave broadcast listeners that try to listen to foreign broadcasts that come through the ionosphere from foreign countries. In VHF, we had 28 respondents who told us that there was a problem. The problems were with FM broadcast radio, low-band digital television, and public safety. In UHF, 16 respondents told us that high-band digital television was seeing some interference, that public safety was being interfered with in those bands. There were some cellular telephone providers who were complaining of noise affecting their systems. And then there were some respondents who talked about Wi-Fi and Bluetooth not being obliterated, but being less capable in a noisy environment. We had 7 respondents who talked about GPS or global navigation systems being affected, and I think we already mentioned how easily those things are interfered with because the signals are so low. We saw a general principle, again, that shouldn't surprise anyone, that noise affects low frequencies the most and then decreases with increasing frequency. However, there seems to be a trend, which surprised me and many of us, that the noise is beginning to affect higher frequencies as well. It is significant that we have seen a number of complaints of cellular systems in the UHF band being adversely affected by the same types of noise sources, advanced lighting and switching power supplies, that the people in the lower frequency bands were complaining of. So we do believe that there's a trend that it appears that the noise at higher frequencies is increasing, and it's possible that that's not going to stop. We may not be able to go high enough in frequencies to get away from the noise altogether. Now, people also talked about regulations. The regulations that were cited were the conducted noise, which can aggregate on power lines, which I mentioned, and then radiate. Also, there are Class A and Class B limits. The devices for Class A, which is meant for industrial areas, those are tested to higher limits than Class B, which is meant for residences. And I'll talk a little bit more about why that's a problem. It was put in place for a good reason, because usually in industrial areas you don't need as much noise protection as you do in residential, but that's changing. Also, Part 15 and Part 18 both have limits, but they're different. They actually apply to different types of lights, but those rules get misinterpreted by some of the manufacturers, and they test their lights to the wrong rules and have lights that are noisier than they should be. Frequency ranges, one of the things that's not tested is radiated limits below 30 megahertz. Conducted is tested below 30 megahertz, but not radiated. And that was mentioned by some of our respondents. Another thing that was discussed was good engineering practice. Good engineering practice is what's expected as the only regulation for incidental radiators. Even though, I'm sorry. I did it here, but not there. And it was mentioned that good engineering practice is not well defined, so it can be interpreted differently by various manufacturers. And you see different incidental radiators that radiate different amounts because of that. even though the Enforcement Bureau was criticized by many of our respondents, and that would be 19 of them.
How many?
It looks like 95%.
1989. There were examples submitted of enforcement actions by one of our respondents who sent us 3 articles from the papers, all a few years old, but still these were articles that were in popular publications like the Wall Street Journal, where they talked about the enforcement actions that removed some egregious noise emitters, which included grow lights, fluorescent light ballasts, electric fences, doorbell transformers, video game consoles, and even a plasma TV set. They responded to interference complaints from radio amateurs, cellular telephone providers, and broadcast radio listeners.
Next slide.
So they.
Next slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm dyslexic that way. I apologize, but so we're. Oh, I'm going to the next slide. So here we go. There were other concerns as well. One that interested me was propagation. 5 of our respondents showed evidence of directionality of high-frequency noise from Asia, and these people were in Guam where there's not a lot of noise. But every time they turned their directional beams in the direction of Asia, the noise floor that they saw on their radios was raised. Also, there was evidence from several respondents who noted that power failures in big cities that were hundreds of miles distant, and their noise floors went down during those power grid failures. Propagation could have some far-reaching conclusions for us, or actually some things that we should be looking out for in the future, if not now. That even if we were to get our noise under control with the right regulations, that's not saying that other countries are doing the same, and we might hear their noise. That could especially be true at border areas. Also, cellular bands were interesting. We had 2 respondents who didn't think that we should be looking at cellular bands because they rightly stated that the license holders in those bands often solve their noise problems expeditiously and privately without involving the FCC. However, 3 other respondents related noise situations that have degraded the operation of their cellular systems and were not caused by other cellular carriers. Solving those noise problems case by case was, and this was a quote from one of them, the slowest, most expensive, and most inefficient method that would be more efficiently dealt with by regulatory avoidance of noise. So then one of our questions was, or one of our groups of questions is, how do we do a noise study? And just about everyone thinks that we should, but there was not a lot of agreement about how we should do it and how we should pay for it. It might be easier to accept data from anyone who cares to measure it, though there's not a lot of affordable calibrated test equipment out there. If we could look at trends without exact numbers, something that one of the questions was if we could crowdsource this testing. Some people thought we could, some thought we couldn't. But if we could look at trends without exact numbers, we might get a lot of information. But then there were some who believed that only the most highly calibrated data would be useful. At the very least, we need proper calibration to know if the noise we are hearing meets current regulatory limits or not. There was one respondent, when I said virtually everyone, I think it was everyone except this one. One respondent who said, it's so obvious what the noise problems are, we don't need to study it. We just need to get rid of those problems. So then what's next? This is part of this you already heard from what Lynn presented in our actionable recommendations. But let me restate the NOI/NPRM. So NOI, we go out and ask people their opinions, and then have a notice of proposed rulemaking to take action if deemed necessary. Should ask questions like these. First of all, is observed noise due to non-compliant devices on the market? That's something we'd like to measure, but also we can ask people who are capable of making those measurements. We didn't get any of those on this round, but maybe next time. Should radiated emissions testing be made below 30 megahertz? How should aggregation of emissions from arrays of individually compliant devices be regulated? Should the distinction between Class A and Class B devices remain? And let me expand on that a little bit. That plus the FCC label, which is the last one on the list. The regulations changed a few years back, allowing manufacturers to make their FCC label information available in different ways, such as listing it in the equipment manual. That's not visible to most consumers, particularly for items such as light bulbs. How is a person selling or buying a light bulb supposed to know that the bulb was tested for use in an industrial environment, which is Class A, and may generate more noise than is allowed in a residential environment, which they're buying it for, which is Class B, or worse, that it was ever tested at all? So that's a question that I really think we should ask to get the feel of the public. What do they think about labeling? The differences between Part 15 and Part 18, obviously we would like to know if those should still remain. And then the big question, are current regulatory emission limits sufficiently low? That's a tough question to ask and a tough one to answer, but something we need to know. And then there are some classes of devices that are excluded from mandatory testing. Should we be testing them? All totaled, that is what we found, and that's what we're suggesting from what we found. We hope that we can move forward with this and learn more about this noise, but as Lynn stated earlier, we really do believe that noise is a big problem that's getting bigger, and it's not something that we can ignore. Just to go off script for a moment, I wanted to jump in with a question, but since we were up next, when you're talking about in-home noise or in-home networking, that is clearly affected by noise. One of our questions in the technical inquiry was about how does noise compare inside versus outside, and virtually everyone said it's much higher inside, not surprisingly. But how does that affect your in-home networking, and how do you control it? So you raised that question, and I'm adding to it. So are there any other questions?
Questions from the group? Actually, an outstanding piece of work. I think everyone would agree with that. Getting that much information, it's really a model for things that we might do with other working groups going forward, because it really is a great way to extract a lot of broad-scale information. We've been very good with subject matter experts in many of the groups, but getting the broad scope of input, this has been a really great approach to that topic. Walter.
Yeah, I just
too close.
I want to second. I found this interesting that there actually, to be candid, there wasn't a lot of enthusiasm for getting this project going. Okay, and this is a case where the majority was proven wrong. I was very impressed with the responses that were received, and maybe it's an example of where the minority of one would have pressed forward in terms of advocating. So that was one item I wanted to say. Very well done. I second what Dennis said, and acknowledge that initially this core group was fighting an uphill battle to get a plan together. Second, I was interested to note this dichotomy that some devices work great and some devices work not great in a competitive environment. We have no real regulations here. And it was interesting to hear that Because we often hear, gee, if I'm going to make it better, it's going to cost me more, and that's a competitive issue that I can't afford. So it was interesting to hear, where we haven't even really stuck our foot in the water here, that the competitive environment sustains good design and bad design simultaneously. And the third comment I want to make is on our ECFS system. Okay, if you go back to our open internet order, where we had 2 million responses, one of them was filed by Jesus Christ, and filed in the wrong docket. So if that's what it takes, you actually did quite well with just 8 misfilings.
Thank you.
Pierre, please.
Just riffing on what Walter was saying about the competitive issues, with the caveat that Greg raised, which is it may well be that both the noisy devices and the quiet devices are both compliant with regulation. Mm-hmm. One can speculate that, in fact, it's cheaper to build a device that is not compliant, and the market with is actually driving that. So in a sense, it's a market failure due to perhaps enforcement not happening.
Or lack of knowledge.
Or lack of knowledge. Or other things.
I kind of liken this to air pollution. It's just spectrum pollution, but the people who are saving money by buying the cheap light bulb are affecting others. Just like using the cheap gas or whatever the corollary is.
Classic economic externality.
Yeah. So when the group got rolling, and I talked to the group and to Dennis, and I said, we've been looking at the noise floor for, I think, since the beginning of the tech. and what comes out of it, the noise floor is going up. And so I said, well, that's not really going to be all that helpful. It would, try to understand what are some likely causes and what do you do about it. And first of all, I want to really commend the group. Just watching, sticking my head in whenever I could, the way they went about this, both with the inquiry and reaching out to the interference hunters, the idea for the new FCC TV program. I thought that was really telling, and to go out and talk to the private companies that are engaged, and it's a good thing that they are being resolved, I think, in the private sector, but understand...
Subject matter experts.
Yeah, subject matter, to hear from them what are the things they're seeing on the outside, and then came up with some concrete recommendations here. And I think people often lose sight of, when we get into this, it's always somebody else's devices that are generating noise, and I would venture to say every single service that generates some noise outside of their intended band, even the wireline services. And so I'm not suggesting that, we got to regulate everybody, but we, all of us collectively create the soup in the same space that we're trying to use. And when we get into this, it becomes, well, where's the right balance? That, the easier answer is if I've got 10 products and 8 of them all can meet a lower level and 2 of them don't because they just didn't know or they didn't bother or they were trying to save 5 cents, well, then you kind of know what's achievable. And it gives you a baseline of, well, what's a reasonable target. And what I've always been a little bit concerned about, it's not, hey, the car stopped running on the highway, let's change the tires and see if that works. So before we start jumping into, and I like the idea of the inquiry, well, let's just lower the Part 15 limits. Oh, by the way, that, they don't cover this, that, or the other thing. Or let's just go ahead and reduce the out-of-band emissions limits when we, maybe they have nothing to do with causing any problem. So I think what this did was try to set us on a path to look in a surgical way at what are the right things to do. And I don't want to really go, but one of the things I've always been curious about is, do other people care? I think that's always been the hard part on this. We got 95 responses and terrific, but we've got virtually all the services here, and often people just kind of shrug. It's a fact of life. There's noise. So that's kind of been and from experiences I had earlier in my career, is when you go out with the FCC inquiry or the FCC proposal, you bring out more folks than you ever realized existed that make products that are subject to these rules. We lump together lights, but before you know it, you're doing everything under the sun that's electronic. So I think, as we proceed and consider what do we do, first of all, I really do appreciate the work tried to focus us and to think through the balance here between trying to understand causes of the problem, what matters, and what are reasonable things that we could do about it. Done.
Great. Russ?
Just a quick comment. I would like to see it added to the public notice or combined in some way, because even as you presented, there's lower standards for in-home or consumer side, so the noise is potentially even worse of a problem, and you may need a public campaign. By the way, I did find something that you could run with from day one here, I think. Nope. It's trying to play Quiet Riot, Come On Feel the Noise. And YouTube did not function. I had a malfunction.
It was a noise problem.
It was a noise problem, I'm sure.
User error.
Come on, feel the noise.
Come on, feel the noise.
The FCC hotspot times you out after a bit. You have to re-log in.
Yes. It's a great, and right next to it is, we're not going to take it anymore. It just came up that way on YouTube.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions on the line? Anyone on the line have comments or questions?
Dennis, are we going to break now then?
We have a few more things, but go ahead, Dale.
Oh, I've been a little bit hesitant to speak up here, but I have this uncomfortable feeling a little bit that we're missing the really big picture here. And it's not that everybody doesn't know everything I'm going to say, but I'm not sure it's thought about in aggregate. And what I see is the country depending increasingly on wireless systems, and companies actually talking about getting rid now of copper, right, and replacing it just with what. So what we see is a situation where virtually everything that we're going to be doing in the communication space will be using this, I hate to use the word resource, but this radio spectrum resource. And I'm really concerned. One, there's been a history now here at the Commission over several different chairs of decreasing the resources available for enforcement. At the same time, we're depending more and more on that spectrum. And moreover, in the earlier part of the presentation here, I see the threats, for example, of spoofing and jamming of some of these critical systems that we're all going to be dependent upon. So I guess what I'm saying is we have a new administration taking a fresh look. I think this enforcement area needs to be really looked at very, very closely. To me, when I teach what the FCC does, I always say it does two things. It's there to protect this precious radio environment that we're increasingly dependent upon, and it's there to protect us against monopoly power in provision of telecom. Now, we can argue maybe that part's been solved, things are more competitive, but what I see here is on the wireless side, it's not being solved. The problem is getting, to me, more threatening than ever. And I go back then to what Greg just was talking about, and we're getting assaulted by even the spectrum out there that we have, that we're depending upon, seems to be increasingly polluted. and I agree completely with Julie, we have to be cautious of not putting in regulations that, are harmful economically and so forth. But what I read in those pleadings is that where we're seeing noise is going higher and higher. And we know what the answer to that is. That increase your infrastructure costs, right? It means you got to put your antennas closer together to overcome that noise background. Well, I've gone on long enough here, but I think this is really a fundamental area that we're dealing with that needs to be thought about, and not in any zeal to do cost cutting, is to further do any further cutting in terms of what we're doing in enforcement. Apologize for my long rant.
Yeah, one over here.
Yeah, no apologies ever needed, Dale. Actually, I was surprised you've been quiet as long as you have, especially when we got into this topic. So I'm almost tempted to call on you, independent of your
I was getting worried it was getting late, and I was standing here between everybody and getting to the airport or getting to the bar.
No. We still got a few more minutes. Milo?
So I was just going to piggyback on something Dale said. Realistically, we're going to have to deal with an RF environment that will be increasingly more contested from an interference perspective, even in the best case that enforcement is managed. And I think as system architects, we need to be thinking about how do we make new technologies more resilient to dealing with interference, in addition to dealing with enforcement. Densification of spectrum means we're going to see of use means we're going to see more co-channel interference in the normal operating mode, not even unintentionally, right? Just how you plan. But I am struck by it. I had a conversation with a federal agency who runs some radars, and I asked them, what do you design your radar operation for, and how much interference do you budget into the radar's design? And they said, well, it's our spectrum, so it's the thermal noise floor. And I'm like, there you go. This is not exactly a wise practice. So I think that nature that we are all going to have to deal with some level of interference, and even in the best case, we need to make our systems more resilient to that interference, and that will give us a lot of flexibility. We should not repeat the mistakes of the past here.
Right. Okay, any final comments from the phone?
This is Brian Fons with NENA. I'll make my comments very short. I've listened to what Dale has said, and I've heard Dale for years, and we both go back a great deal of time. And the concern that I have, particularly with the interference issues, address the notion of public safety and the limited resources public safety has, both in the investment of technology and also to mitigate interference. And so that's a factor I think that we all need to take into consideration moving forward.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll move towards our close and give Julie final words. People are signaling. I don't see any pen cards, but Julie, if you go ahead.
You want final words?
There were two of them. We could. Yeah.
Oh.
It was a follow up on what Milo said, and basically what I was going to say is that we might want to look at like what the DoD did, since we're getting so reliable on this, and look at survival of communications in a theater of warfare environment, what they've done for survivability. Just to look at that, because with GPS problems, spoofing, and more reliability, we might as well look at somebody who's already planned for people for noise being generated, not just growing. Well, okay.
They just bombed into the
There are kinetic approaches to this problem. Yes.
We're willing for any solution.
We were doing so well.
Okay, very good. Julie, you're on. Final word.
No, I'll keep it short. And at risk of repeating, I think each one of these TACs has been doing fantastic work. I also am aware, not only for the people that are here, but I've lost track of the number of people that have been supporting the working groups. And what I think has been increasingly a trend for the TAC working groups is the outreach to all of the other stakeholders. So it's not just,
not counting people who have come in for one-shot presentations. It's somewhere around 160, 180 people.
Yeah, that's what So, we've asked all along for actionable recommendations, and that's what people have done. And you've given us, I think, a very rich plate of things to think about and to consider as an agency across the board. And I thank you on behalf of the entire agency for that. This work is not just a thought process that's going up on the shelf. We may not get to do everything, but I think we're getting to do a lot. And I'd also say for the things that are, fall in the bucket of being educational or the headlights, they're exactly the sorts of things that at least I was hoping to get. It's hard for organizations and the way we've done things to change through the years and adapt, but getting people thinking about that and how do you approach it, I think is critically important. So I thank you, and I want to thank Dennis. I think you are owed a round of applause for all that you've done.
Oh, and that you're definitely too kind.
Could you put up the slides again?
More slides?
Oh, yeah. And now we start the second round.
Now get a long presentation.
We have a few more things to cover. Walter has a couple of important administrative items.
Yeah. Well, and again,
and then we'll get into the as you can clearly see, item.
All right. A couple of items. First of all, I'd like to extend my thanks. As I've had to summarize this data on the board and what we did last year, and this is Nomi actually reminded me this is our 7th anniversary, and you didn't give me a card. But it when I look at what we've done over the past years, it's impressed me that the TAC has really influenced, and I'll start with the previous chairman Janikowski, who started this TAC, that it has influenced
this round.
Yes, this round. It has influenced the work of the commission, both at a very visible level, but as I was talking to Pierre, at a very subliminal level in terms of the thoughts we've taken and internalized within the commission. I know the level of effort. I've worked with a number of the work groups. If I was a consultant and had access to the resources of this TAC, I would be a rich person in terms of just intellectual rewards. But it has been a wonderful experience, and the level of effort you guys have put in, and the people who aren't at this table, the over 100 people who aren't at this table who have been to this in the work groups, I'd like to thank you personally. We have reserved TAC dates for next year. Okay, they are March 8th. I'm going to put these up on the website. So March 8th, June 8th, September 19th, and 12th, 6th, which are the closest alignments I could get to the dates we experienced last year. And hopefully we'll be meeting next year. Okay, but once again, it's been a great year. I really hadn't realized how long we've been doing this until Nomi brought it up, and so I'd like to thank you for it's largely a lot of the members here have stayed on the TAC that full length of time. We've had some churn. Other people have come in. I'd like to thank again those who are here now and those who began 7 years ago. It's been a wonderful experience.
Thank you, Walter. And I think on following Julie's thanks to me, really, I think we do need to have a round of applause for our designated federal officer who has really,
thank you.
Really kept things going. And it's enormous. I think many of you know this, but it's an enormous amount of work that Walter does, and certainly Michael and the liaisons that are around the room. You really provide the continuity, and we do extend the thanks to you as well. And actually, I'll go through my thanks. The co-chairs in front of me, your leadership, and in so many cases, as we've continued to evolve, the sub-working group chairs and co-chairs that have taken on leadership roles and have been exhibited today, as you've taken the mic, if you will, to talk about your respective focus areas, the subject matter experts that we've had, the TAC in general, in the contributions that you've made, and this year the extension with all of the subject matter experts that have come in on a one-of basis, and even the subject matter experts in a certain sense, the self-designated subject matter experts that have provided input to us in the information gathering session that Greg talked about. So really a lot of people are involved, and it shows because of the work product that we're able to produce. A couple of things that are fairly obvious and have been referenced along the way. We are in transition, and as such, some of the things that we would normally be doing are a little bit squishy right now. We usually, between Walter and Julie and I, try to get together and get the working group charters, the questions to pursue for the coming year in the January time frame so that we can get the year kicked off, and by March we actually have work going on with co-chairs established and all the rest. I cannot guarantee that this year, since these things are not just of our derivation. Ultimately, this is, the working groups are at minimum agreed to by the chairman of the FCC, and often influenced by the chairman of the FCC in the interest that he, or in the future perhaps even she, might have. So we will see how that goes as the transition process occurs, and we will certainly get that done as quickly as we can. And as Walter's described, we do have dates. We are planning. The FACA charter exists until, I think, April of 2018.
May of next year, actually.
Oh, is it May of next year? Oh, so it's shorter than I thought. So anyway, we are still chartered for a period of time. So that will be there. So we will see how that all proceeds. The actionable recommendations, which is if we could have the slides up again. As you can clearly see, we have carefully captured the actionable recommendations.
The font is below the noise floor.
Well, as Paul started out, this has been encrypted to protect the innocent. So, but we have captured the actionable recommendations, and those will be presented to the chairman.
Everybody will get a wallet card.
Yeah, wallet card, right. Decorative wallet card. But these will also be transmitted to the transition team as well. And in that sense...
In larger font.
In larger font, yeah. But that should be quite a helpful start for that team as well, even as we secure Tom's input and the conclusion of the effort that he was so involved in, since he was sitting in this chair during that time with Chairman Jedikowski.
I see some of you squinting at this. We do have you all have received a larger font version of it.
Right. And with that, I think I have covered all matters except the important one, to wish you, depending on your particular persuasion, a very happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, season's greetings in general, and Happy New Year. So one and all, enjoy. If you are able, we have actually had an offer from Mark to take a group picture, which he didn't share with me earlier so we could get it planned into the agenda, but if you are able, it would be terrific to get a group picture suitable for framing for each of you. So the TAC members, if you could, as you can, make your way up front. Maybe 2 rows. We'll do this. I haven't ever done this in this room, but we can maybe do this the reverse. The tall people in the front and the short people on the stage, because you get that extra couple of feet. But if we could try to organize ourselves that way, and Mark, since you were the suggestor on this, you can organize us beyond that.